Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm realizing it's probably going to be showing me just getting to the dust now, which is funny. But anyway. Happy Sunday. We have a long one today, though that is not going to stop me from trying to get it done as fast as possible. 12 scenes, trying to get done in 6 hours or less, and we'll see how that goes. But welcome everybody. Whew. Okay, let me make sure I got everything down. I'm not missing any reference sketches or anything. Okay. Good. We'll just jump right into it then. Hello, Shani. Welcome. I'm gonna lock down that. All right. Let's do it, shall we? Word of the week is going to be community. So I'll get that down there. Yes, perfect. Community. There we go. Alrighty. Where is my... Cool. Daniel says hello. Hello, Daniel. Glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Theme of the week is community. We're gonna have, I'll just run everybody through this really quickly, and then we'll see just how fast we can get through storyboarding this time. We're gonna have a siren light, like on the top of a police car, that's rotating faster and faster. It's gonna slide a little bit to the right before sliding off to the left. Then it's gonna turn into this ball that's swinging on a string. It's gonna swing left, then right, and this gradient in the background is gonna follow the direction of the swing, or go in the opposite, who knows. Then we got a ball flying in from the left, blurrier outline behind this big shape, so it'll go, this like ball that was on a string here is going to swing off to the right, pop in here underneath this blurry big shape. It's going to break out of the shape, couple little shards are going to fly out to the right, and then the ball will fall down from where it was, and then pop back up into this darker space. It's going to fall into this colorful space and then jump back out like it's underwater. And then it's going to bounce all the way up to form this plate, this backing plate for this like old style lever that's going to get yanked down. Once the lever gets pulled down, all of these shapes are going to cascade down the screen, squishing into each other. And we're going to zoom into the center of the screen as that's happening and then zoom way out. That's the first half. Let me look at some questions here. Munish says hello. Hello, Munish. Okay says, hey, Austin. Glad to see you again. Hannah says, praise hands emoji. Asokeri says, sweet colors. It's going to be good. I'm trying to merge the last two styles that I've been using a bit more rather than leaning too hard on either one of them. Shani says, I thought there were no stream this week. I just needed an extra break yesterday, but I was still very determined to stream for sure. We're going to get one out, and I'll post it on the same day, so that'll be fun. M City, glad to see ya. Masamba says, hey. And Munish says, is this the stream time every week from now on? I don't know. Honestly, this was just the time that lined up this week. But it is very likely to be morning Eastern time on either Saturday or Sunday at this point, yeah. More likely on Saturday. Greetings from Senegal. Ooh, very cool. Ivanimator says, morning, due to your videos, I recently bought Deep Glow. Thank you very much. Ooh, Deep Glow developers gotta get me some sponsorship or something. I'm getting them sales. Love that. Glad to hear it. It's a good plugin to have for sure. All right, so we ended this first half with all of these different shapes cascading down from the corners and sort of squishing into each other in the center. And then we've got many circles and shapes are going to expand along this central line vertically, because we're going to have the previous scene zooming out really fast, which will let us do just like shapes going from here to here. The shapes will then merge over top of each other, and where they overlap, there's going to be these colorful gradients. The rest of it will be all outlined. And then we're going to rotate that whole scene to morph into a pretty orb that flies up into the air, that bounces onto the ground, and it sends like these colorful pulses through the ground on each bounce. Then it gets attached to the string from the beginning again, which swings. And the last swing will send multicolored columns to the left of the screen, just a bunch of rectangles that are sort of flowing to the left and then sliding off to the right to bring our word on screen. Himanshu says, hey Austin, watching your stream for the first time, looking ahead to it. Glad you are here. Should be a good one. The last two have been received very, very well. And then later in the stream, hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have an announcement to make on something that we've been working on for a little while. Mahmoud says, hi there, glad to see you. Glad to see you again. All right, shall we? Let's get right into the first frame. I need a reference. Let me actually show you guys the sound we're using today first. Just a second. Pause the music, over to After Effects, and then here we go. I've got this little siren light stock footage here because I need reference on what shapes I need to make this thing, but it'll be good. All right, here we go. Let's listen to the sound, shall we? Go through one more time. So it's the same length as the videos usually are, as the loops are. But there are 12 scenes in it this time, so there's quite a lot that we're gonna have to get through. That's for sure. But anyway, I needed to get this little siren for reference here. So I'll bring that over to our Illustrator. Alrighty. Gustaluz says, super happy to be here watching your live. Content is just insanely helpful. Do you usually start choosing a song before writing the storyboard? Absolutely. Animating to the music is incredibly helpful for me. I've only had a couple times since I started motion design where it's worked for me to find sound after having animated something. So Artem says magician work again, and someone loves Space Grotesque. Glad to hear it. It's a wonderful font. Shani says love the sound design. Theme for what is the theme for this week? Theme for the week is community. Lots and lots of different shapes going to be working together. It'll be good. All right, so I'm going to simplify this a little bit. I don't need this like bowed out shape on this, I don't think. So I'm probably going to do a cylinder. Let me grab these. We'll grab another one down here. Actually, let's do a bowed out shape, kind of like Jello. Oops. That'll probably look a little more interesting. All right, let's maybe do like times 1.5 on the height, 1.25. Yeah, that should work fine. All right, and then we'll grab this just as reference, times 1.25. That's actually the perfect width. So then we're gonna grab our pen tool, come down here, make a shape that goes all the way across. This goes over top, and then now we just need to bow that shape. Will this? No, that won't work. What if I did this in the center and then moved it down? Oh, that still doesn't quite work because you've got these edge pieces. All right, we're just gonna bow this out then. There we go. Is that centered? No, it wasn't. Okay, well, we fixed it now. All right, I'm gonna bring this way down here, and then we're gonna bring this back in. And then this edge piece, I want curved as well. Oh wait, I can't do that unless I do those first. Okay. Move that in, and this comes up. Okay. We have our starting shape for the siren. Let's make it like this big. And then we need the rotating. Oh, that looks like the Eye of Sauron right now. He says there have been times where I animated first and then picked the track after, and the track ended up being exactly on time. Always like when that happens. I agree. One of the first things I ever animated was this like fake NBC promo thing, and that happened to work out exactly like that. Except that one was frame by frame, so I was animating in silence the entire time, working on these individual little images, and then it still ended up working, so we'll see if we can make something work. Some magic here. All right, we need our little rotating guy. I almost feel like I want to have this come down here as well. And be kind of bowed in. That might have been too much. Just a little bit. Let's move it down like there. There we go. All right, now we got our little 3D siren guy. And we will need our pink here. And when it's looking straight on at the camera, it'll be like that shape. Or that size. And then here we go. Right down the center, I'll have this little pole as well that it can rotate on. Kyle says, congrats on making good moves this week. That was crazy. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That was a cool way to start the week. Artem says, one time I made an alarm lamp like this. It is interesting how you will make it. I think I'm going to need... The way I'm going to make it look like it's rotating around, like if I go to my After Effects here, I grabbed this stock footage so I could actually see it frame by frame. And so you've got like halfway, it has this little sliver that's kind of dark over here. And then it's rotating, which way would this be? Top down. It's rotating to the right. And so we've got our bright part there, and then you'll see the dark part move across. I'm essentially just treating it like how the moon's phases work. It just continues sliding off to the right. So what I'm gonna do is make sure that I've got a square that's or a circle that's the same size, but is the background color, and then that will just continue sliding across the center. So what I'm probably gonna do is grab some other weird color that's not in the palette to use as a mask, and then just make this ray, this like little row of shapes that can slide through there. That should work. Jacob says, hey, glad to see you, Jacob. Ashur says, hi, new here, welcome, glad to see you. And Ray says, hola, glad to see you, man. Welcome. All right. We've got our row of shapes there. It'll start like this, wherever this one is. And then these will all just be masked inside of that shape. Cool. Which then means, is all of this already together? And then that'll be detached. Cool. So we've got our little siren guy. Oh, whoops, still on A, my bad. So all I did was just make this little row of shapes and then bring down our mask shape from before. And then we should be good. Are we on Illustrator now? Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. Ball swinging on a string, left then right. Let's grab one of these guys again to use as our ball. This whole thing is going to morph into that. So let's make this a little bit smaller. Let's do like 0.75, that size. Actually, let's just do half entirely. And then this will be black, so we can have the globy on the background and make this look like it's being backlit. That should be cool. And then I will grab a string to use. It'll actually be that same thing, but as a stroke. Cool. So this thing's gonna swing from side to side, and then I'll do some path animation as it's swinging to make it look like this is bending. Whoops. So it'll be like that a little bit. All right, but I'll do that in After Effects. I have no reason to do that now. And then we need it to fly in from the left. I think what I'm going to do for this scene is something a little bit more neoskeuomorphic, make it feel a little more tactile, because I want to be able to do this like big shape on the left side that's kind of blurring the ball inside of it, making it look like glass over top of something. I think that'll be cool. And then when it shatters, we can have these little like pieces that have gradients on them and are kind of beveled to make them look like actual shards. That should be cool. Lorenzo says, I need to see how you're going to animate this one. It's going to be interesting. I agree. There's 12 scenes, so I'm not sure how quickly we're going to be able to get it done, but I'm going to try and be a bullet train today. It's going to be good. Masamba says, it is amazing to be part of this mood, and I need to know if you got some class for someone needing to go further with motion or animation. I don't have a class yet. And I haven't taken any personally, so I don't have experience with most of the courses, but I've heard that Ben Marriott's Master Motion Design course is good. I've heard good things about School of Motion, so definitely some good resources there. Ashur says, I want to start a new personal projects. Any advice or tips to find good ideas? Having a time constraint always helps me. Only giving myself a few hours to come up with ideas for these loops every week. Make sure that I just have to get something done by that time. I feel like if I were allowed to just take forever on something with no deadline, then I would just never get it done. So it's really important for me to have that timeline I put on myself for sure. Danny says, yo, yo, yo. Welcome, Danny. Glad to see you again. All right, so for this one, we need, this means I'm probably gonna need other shades here. Let's do like a third of the screen width. Something like that. Actually, that's too small. Let's do midway through. And then it'll be the same color as the background. What's it gonna look like on the inside? I'm gonna make it into this kind of like frosted glass looking texture. But I might just have to do that in After Effects and toy around with it there. What's this orb gonna look like when it's on a background like this? It could just be filled with a gradient. That's easy enough. Let's grab the same ball, move it over here. And then, yeah, that should be about right in size. So it's gonna swing left, then swing right to get onto this screen. It'll be behind this. Okay. Excuse me. Let's do a radial gradient, shall we? Gonna have it be fully white there. Let's do an actual full white. And then this is the same color as the background. And then our dark color down here will be background, but slightly darker. And then really crush that down to that spot. Avanimator says, in recent years, many motion designers call their artboard style frames instead of scenes. I'm wondering, what do you think? I agree. I mean, it's kind of interchangeable for me. When we're working on full projects, that's usually how we'll refer to them when we're doing storyboard reviews for clients. But I just call them scenes for the purposes of these loops, because it's just helping me determine how many scenes I'm going to have. Whereas the style I've kind of already have made up in my head beforehand. Anyway, let's try something different here. Whoops, didn't mean to do that one. Set that to a gradient as well. Right from the top. And then I'll add a drop shadow on that, along with some other layer styles and things once we get into After Effects. But maybe I need this to be a completely different color. Oh, maybe it's this gradient once it's outside of the box, but then when it's in the box, this is actually just black background, and inside the box, this is simply an outline. And then once it breaks out, it gets to be this nice gradient orb. That'd be cool. Lorenzo says, where do you get those color palettes? It's nice that the gradient is included. I just made these. We've done a lot of different projects at this point, so typically what I'll do before I start is lay out all of these different motion scripts, so just writing down what I want the scene to look like, and then I'll also set up my color palette. So usually that involves going into old projects and grabbing colors that I think I want to use, and then meshing them together, adding colors that I think I might need that aren't there, and that sort of thing. So experiences where those have come from. He says, does Overlord transfer gradients to AE2? Yes, that's the primary reason that we got it, because we had wanted to use gradients in our work and just hadn't been able to, unfortunately. So this is the way to do it. All right, and then I need something. I need whatever shape is going to break here. What do I want these to look like? Maybe they'll be covered in gradients as well. Let's just grab a little shape here, shall we? It's like right on the edge of this thing. And then we'll set it up to fracture. That kind of squished gradient looked nice. Sure. And then now I just need to use pen tool, make a couple lines, and then break it up. Cool. Let's draw those out, shall we? And then maybe one more across here, and one more across there. That should be plenty of little fractures. There we go. Each little piece. Ashur says, do you write the scripts? Yes, these motion scripts I will take an hour or so before the stream and write them out while sitting there listening to the music over and over and over again. Some people have asked me to stream that process, but it is pretty monotonous, and I'm really just sitting there listening to the same piece of music, just trying to rack my brain for some ideas. So, not always the best idea to stream that for sure. I think I might just have this sit on there. This is a kind of nice composition, the black, the white, and then the gradient. All right, ball falls down below and then comes back up. So the ball, when it's in here, will be black again like it is there. That's not what I wanted. Okay. That's gonna come down here. I'm gonna probably need something to make this look more like water. I have a good reference for this scene. I know what I want to do with it. So we're like plunging down into here. Maybe I need some sort of like bubbles or something to be in here. Just like little colored shapes. Oh, except I should probably get back on the contents layer. There we go. Just little shapes. And I might actually just go and grab shapes from another project that I did. Mseti says, wow, okay, gonna have to check that out. Always a pet peeve of mine with the regular AI import. Yeah, I can't believe that you can't just natively import them. It just shows up as gray. It's really annoying. All right, and then what else would be good to put in here? All right, let me find that project touch that we did a few weeks ago. I had some good shapes in there that I liked. That would be in the Gumroad and then the Illustrator file. There we go. These little guys. Except I just need the larger shapes. Make them dark as well. For now, I'm gonna try them with color and we'll see how that looks. And then we'll grab this little X here as well. Just to have some extra little shapes to drag down with our main one. Grab another little dot over here. And then we'll try them as the different colors up here and see how that looks. Can't say I'm loving it. It looks kind of cool to have them all backlit instead. All right, but that generally gets the point across for now anyway. Grab another one of these guys. Another one of these. Rotated. Cool. I like that. And then it's going to soar back up through here. Ball bounces up to form the back plate for a lever. I need a lever. Ooh. Okay, lever. That is almost exactly what I'm looking for. Perfect. All right. So that ball is going to pop back up and tap into this little back plate there. And then it'll form a lever that'll get yanked down, and then we'll have our like shapes that span across here. I think I'm just going to do a bunch of circles so they can like squish against each other. It should be interesting. Cool. So let's grab our ball here. Except now it's going to be the white color. I'm gonna add some echo on it, it'll look nice. And then we need the rod. Oh, let's build the back plate first. One second, y'all. All right. So it's, we will need some, I mean, that's probably the exact shape that I'm going to use, honestly. We'll grab our original size and then just do some math to make sure it works. Let's just do divide by 2. And then grab this one. We'll move it over by like about a third or so. All right. And that one will just be slid behind there. Cool. That sets up our Faux 3D well. I'll make sure it's all centered. And then we will need, I could just do one line. I was thinking about doing a full rod, but I could just have it be one line that's attached to it. That could be cool. Let's do that divided by 10. And then say, this is like 45 degrees or so. Probably about like half the length that it is now. Ooh, this might all need to be smaller in order to make this work right. This needs to be in front. And larger, I think. A line might be easier. We would just want to make sure it's still recognizable anyway. Yeah, that's not bad. And then just do one line going through the center. So let's grab this same one here. Oops. Kaswan says, hi, your skill is really great. I'm from Kurdistan. Hello, welcome. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, let's divide this by 5 or so. And then height-wise, we'll do like 0.75. And that'll just stay in the center, I guess. And then as long as this is attached to this, that should work. Maybe this is filled like that. Linear though. That's kind of cool. It could like power up, so to speak, as it's being pulled down. I just need the black that we have in the background here down there. That's not bad. QWERTY says hello. Welcome, QWERTY. Glad to see ya. Alright, so that's going to get pulled down. That should work. So the ball bounces up to form that. What's it going to bounce on? Let's give it a little platform here. Cool. Make that a little bit wider and taller than it needs to be, so that way it doesn't, those extra lines on the sides don't just barely show up on these edges. That'd look a little strange. And then let's change the gradient on this. Or would it be best to do the opposite? That looks kind of cool. I'm not opposed to that. Linear instead? What does that look like? We'll keep it like that for now. All right, so now we need to make this big cascading thing of shapes. You got it. We can certainly do that. Balls cascade, scale and squash from the top right or bottom left. Oh yeah, so the transition is going to be this thing getting pulled down, causing these shapes to like ripple across the screen, but I don't know if I should be doing it from the top right to the bottom left since this is also moving down, or if I should make it look like it bounced back up from down here. Actually, wait, it starts all the way down there though, so never mind, it would probably make sense to do from top right. All right then, let's get a bunch of circles to fit in here, shall we? It's just going to be a bunch of outlined versions of shapes, I think. And then we'll do some glow on some of them and some won't have any. All right, so we'll have a big one there. And then grab from there, do half the size. This is going to be really interesting. The rig I'm going to have to make to be able to do this is going to be like every shape after this one is going to need to be parented to, like, every shape that comes after is going to need to be parented to its previous shape as they're each scaling up, so it looks like it starts to squish against the screen. That'll be interesting. All right, let's do like this size for this one. And it'll fit right there. Another smaller one down here. Cool. Is that on the edge? Yeah. So this one can be like that big. Let's do another big one in the center. Bit one here. Cool. All right. Got some questions. Kaswan says, how to be perfect in choosing colors for motion graphics work. A suggestion for using colors. Honestly, the easiest way to learn it, I think, is just looking at a lot of different work. You'll start to pick up on what colors work well and which ones don't together. That's the easiest way. I mean, there's also more formal ways of learning color theory and those sorts of things, but I think just experiencing the content is probably the easiest way. QWERTY says, question, what do you do when you need to change the aspect ratio of an already completed animation? I work with UI or UX prototyping, so curious if you face these types of issues. Sometimes, not as much anymore, because we'll typically get that locked in from the beginning of the project. But I will say that if we think we might need to change something later on, we just try and keep everything generally pretty centered in the composition. As long as it would work in square format, then it should theoretically be able to work in either one. So either vertical or horizontal. So if we need to have that sort of process of changing something to be wide or vertical or whatever, we'll end up doing just accent elements on the outsides. So that way, if it gets cut off, then it's no big deal. The information that needs to be getting across is still visible no matter what. Let's see. Technopel says, glad I could catch you live. Been binge watching your past streams and learning so much. I'm glad to hear that. I need to wake up a little bit. I'm still a little sleepy on this lovely Sunday morning. There we go. All right. These don't need to really be like perfectly matched up at a certain point because it's just going to be squished up into each other anyway. All right. Those are good. Let's grab another one over here. Maybe it's like that size. And then one that fits over here. This is going to be so many shapes. Oh, man. Okay, let's grab another one of those to put down here. Do you use expressions in your workflow? I don't usually. The most that I'll do is sometimes the wiggle expression, and then I've used the scale strokes and effects, or the scale strokes expression at some point, but usually not a whole lot. I just don't have a whole lot of knowledge around them, so I haven't used them very much. I did use one for some complicated parenting rig on a project a little while ago to get objects to follow other objects at a different time, but that one was complicated to get to work right. But nope, not often. All right, let's grab another big one down here. This one's going to take a little while to get right, but it'll be worth it, I think. I hope anyway. Here we go. All right, I'm going to need another tiny one down there. That's fine. One that fits right there. A little too big. Oh, that's fine. All right, and then another one of these. That's good. Let's grab another one of those and bring this onto this side. Scale that one down. All right. Cordy says, not gonna lie, the scale composition script has saved me so many times. Understandable. Technopel says, do you think it's important to have an in-depth understanding of expressions to work on professional projects? Do you guys use it at Revi? The most that we use is essentially what I mentioned earlier. I know Noah uses the scale strokes expression a lot. We'll use wiggle sometimes, but generally that's it. I don't know that there are many others that we frequent. I don't think that you have to have an in-depth understanding to work on professional projects at all. I think you can easily get by without using them. But they definitely do help in some situations where doing things manually would just take forever. M. Sam says, hello, Austin, amazing work. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. After this one, though, we'll already be halfway through the storyboard. That's exciting. Bruno, thank you for subscribing. Glad to see you. Another larger one down here. He says, thank you. I'm going to stay quiet and let you work in peace for a while. No, you're good. You're good. You can totally keep asking questions. It's no big deal. I'm already working at a good pace today. David, glad to see you. Says, hey, the Loop Master at it again. Love the content. Happy to be here live. Glad that you are here live as well. Welcome, welcome. Setting up a giant pile of shapes right now. I'm trying to do some no copyright music in the background too, so I don't get dinged on YouTube. It keeps catching even if I've got the music super, super low. So hopefully it'll no longer be blocked. And I think South Africa keeps getting blocked for people. I don't know why, but anyway. Let's grab another one of these, move it down to that size. Another one down here. Oh, there we go. All right, and now we'll add a few more on top of here, and then we should be good for this spot. This whole scene is probably like half a second, maybe, anyway, so it's really no big deal. But it's gonna look really cool. I'm excited for it. It just meshes so well with the audio to do a scene like this, so there was no way I was gonna pass that up. These ones where they're just kind of floating on the side don't make sense, so I'm removing some of them. That should be plenty to animate on those. All right. Motivation says, honestly, AE is so broad and there's so much to learn. It's true. It was really exciting for me when I first started using After Effects to just sit there and go through each individual effect to just try them out and see what they did. Even though I didn't quite understand, I would be able to be like, oh, maybe I can use this thing with this thing now. And that was always fun. M. Sam says, I just finished a personal project after 6 months. Do you think you can give me your opinion about it? Sure. Feel free to send it to me. My DMs are open on basically every platform, so I'll get to it. QWERTY says expressions are really helpful, but if the projects you work on are complex. I'd agree with that, given I don't have much experience, but I know lots of people who are almost expression only, which is equally as impressive to me. Motivation says, I want to figure out ways to make my workflow more efficient. Storyboarding is something I for sure want to implement. It helps so much. We had one project where we actually went a step further and storyboarded the entire project in After Effects. And that let us, once we got approval from the client, we just already were able to just have all of our scenes laid out and get to animating. That was really fun. Motivation says, I think with Streamlabs, there's a way to make the music not come into the VOD. That's what I do for Twitch. I use OBS Studio, not Streamlabs, but I know there are some plugins that I can get to make it work. So I'll have to try that out at some point. Lone says, hi, so you work on Illustrator to do your motion. I mean, you don't do it on After Effects or some kind of app, or is it just to have a preview of what you want? Sorry, just arrived on the stream. No, you're all good. I use Illustrator just to get the shapes laid out, and then I have a plugin that lets me send those compositions over to After Effects. So just getting them all laid out, and then I'll actually animate them in there. M. Sam says, okay, thanks. I should send you the link in Instagram. Sure, if you want. That sounds good to me. Kazwan says, every time I want to change the software and see the work of people like you and Andrew Kramer, I tell myself that After Effects is really extensive and I need to learn more. That's the way to do it. Absolutely. All right, let's change the stroke on some of these to different colors. I'm just gonna fire on these at random. As long as they're not the super dark colors, they should show up fine. Even the darker ones should still show up fine. It's on almost full black. It's a tough one to figure out what to put there. Let's grab that one. Actually, let's just have that one be full white then. Da, da, da. The white shape should probably be the least prominent. And then like once we get down here, we'll have more blues and purples going on. This giant one should be red as well. Oh, nope, let's do a yellow maybe? Somehow I do not have enough colors. Let's do that blue. Purple situation. Lots of bubbles going on here. Another red one. I'm trying not to have too many of the same colors touch each other, but it'll happen nonetheless. Let's grab a purple in there. Two more of this like blue color. And then one of these was, yeah, this one's not touching the edge for some reason. This one is way over the edge. Oh, I think I did that so that it would match with this better. That's okay, I can just delete that one. Alrighty. M. Sam says, how much time does it take you to make a short animation like this? I sent the link, by the way, on your Instagram. I'll give it a look later. Thank you for sending that over. Typically, these take me anywhere from 6 to 9 hours-ish. And this one is a longer one. It's got 12 different scenes, but I've tried to keep the compositions generally pretty simple for each of them, so I hope it won't take me that long, but we'll see. The actual animation phase somehow it usually only takes me like 4 hours-ish. But it's typically like 2 hours to finish storyboarding. And we're about to be at the end of 1 hour and I've got half of it. So that seems to be the pace for today. But but I'm trying to speed things up a little bit. All right, so now we're finally gone from that part. I think that's plenty of bubbles going on there. Maybe I'll have the ball drop into one of them or something, but I kind of like the idea of it just being fully covered. Anyway, what I'm gonna do now is set up this central line for these individual circles to move along. We're gonna have some fun shapes going on in here. Where is my center? Okay, I'm gonna put it all the way to the edge, and then I'll divide that by like 4-ish, maybe, and that'll be our center shape. Let's move those up. We'll do like every half circle, there will be another shape. So like, there's fine. Actually, that doesn't work too well, but we'll just size these down. So we'll do like, that one's half the size of the original, and then this next one will be like 0.75 of the original, and then that one will be the original size again or something. And we'll do the same thing on the bottom here. So this one actually will be the times 0.75. This one will be times 0.25. And then this one will be times 0.5. And then what I'm going to do is, so we get these like sent up and they've moved away from each other. And then in the next scene, they're all going to overlap. And where they overlap, we're going to have these nice gradients that appear. Should be cool. I'm actually going to take each of these and move them down. So it'll be like that size now, just so I have a little bit more margin on the top and bottom. Cool. All right, shapes merge, highlighting colorful gradients where the shapes overlap. So now I need to grab this, move it over here, and then all of this needs to be like half of its original size. So let's do divide by 2. All right. This one goes in the center. This will be on half of that. This is on half of that. Actually, I don't know how well that will work, but I guess we'll try it and see what happens. Actually, wait, yeah, why don't I do that? So that one's there, which means this one can go to half of that, and this one can go to half of that. That one gets put in the center, and then half of that, and half of that. Cool. And is this the part where I have it rotate? No, it rotates on this one. Okay. So it'll go up and then merge into the center. Okay, I can do that. So now what I need to do is duplicate this for a second, and then we will grab each of these. So is it going to be, which direction does the overlap happen? We'll do there. Actually, wait, I'll just grab any spot that it overlaps. Okay, and then each of those overlaps is going to be set to one of these gradients instead. I'm not sure what happened with this one. It's a little odd. Where did that point go? It's weird. It's just when it's aligned there. That's so strange. All right. that should work well. Maybe it like zooms in on that as it's happening or something. I don't know. And then those spots will be all glowy. That should be nice. I'm gonna mess with the gradients a bit. I need to figure out how I'm actually gonna do this in After Effects though. So that would be attached to this shape. So I'd need a duplicate of this one. Definitely a duplicate of this one. Okay, I need to mark which ones these are. So that, and that would all need to be different. There's another one on the bottom too. Does there need to be one on the bottom there? Oh, weird. I see what you're saying. Huh. Yeah, thankfully I'm not gonna be using that in After Effects, but still annoying nonetheless to have it be happening in Illustrator. All right, so we're gonna need each of these has a different shape as well. So let me copy paste those, and all of those are going to be some weird color to use as a mask. All right. So ignore those for now. Or wait, I'll just make them the gradient colors that I want to use. That would probably be smarter. All right, so let's do something different with these. I don't want to just use that same gradient there. Why don't we try linear, but we can use this one on those, and we'll just have it go like straight from the center. This one will be that gradient going straight from that spot. And then this one will be the same thing, but in reverse. So the dark parts will converge there. Cool. That looks fun. MSETI says favorite Illustrator shortcut. Oof, good question. What'd you say? Noah says Control D. I think that's fair. Just getting to do the same thing that you already did. Like if I alt drag to make that new shape, I can then just hit Control D and it'll do the same position movement that I just did, as well as the duplication. It's kind of great. All right, let's move that. Those are fine. Which means realistically, I'm probably gonna have to work backwards from this, but that's fine. All right, and then rotate previous scene to morph into a pretty orb that flies up into the air. Orb bounces, pulses sent through the ground on each bounce. Okay. Can figure that out. All right, Kitty says there's another one on the bottom too. Oh yes, I saw that. Also, I love the fact that you're streaming this. Your workflow is super interesting to see. Feel very lucky to stumble upon this. Glad to hear it. And glad you are here. Franco Molina says, hi Austin, regards from Argentina. Glad to see you. Welcome, welcome, Franco. Or bienvenidos. Mucho gusto. All right, rotate previous scene to morph into a pretty orb that flies up into the air. Munish says, does Noah sit there watching you for 6 hours? Not usually, no. He usually has his headphones on working on other things. He's a fake fan. I'm kidding. All right, so now we need to make a pretty ball, and I want to do some crazy looking, like, warped gradient for it. So I think I'm gonna do, we have a project that I did almost, I think it's over 2 years ago now. And I have yet to be able to make an orb that looks like this since then. Let me grab a screenshot of it really quick. Here we go. Wow, that's so loud. Oh man, so sorry everybody. Vimeo goes crazy. All right, there we go. Here is an orb that I made 2 years ago. I want to make that sort of orb for this next section. I am not going to do it in Illustrator. There wouldn't be any real point, considering I'm just going to have to move it over to After Effects anyway, and the only way to do this would be a freeform gradient. So I'm just going to make this general like reflected linear gradient that's on the background here, and then we'll be good. Except I do need a platform to put down here, and I need to think about how this is going to work. So all of these are going to spin, except I can't really have echo on them unless I did some other... No, I really don't know how I would do that. So I might have to make some like trail behind it and then add a gradient overlay to that. We'll see. We'll see how to fix that. But anyway, Munish says change the screen, please. To what? We're just hanging in Illustrator, I believe. Should be. Yeah, we're on Illustrator. We're all good. All right. So let me make this orb real quick. I'm gonna grab one of the ones we had earlier. It'll be that size. I'll probably just have to do some fancy like trails that go around the inside of this to make the transition work, but then afterwards that should be fine. And I think I know how I'll do that. It'll be cool. All right, so I'm gonna try making the same pattern on this. We need lots of dark spots in here. I'm just gonna make a bunch of color stops. All right, so we've got a bright patch down here. Actually, wait, I could just take every other one. Doesn't look fantastic yet, but we'll get it closer to what it looks like in there. All right, and then I'll move those around. I'll need these to be much stronger lines. So I'll do that. Whoops. Move that, move that. See, except now those might be too small. Or is it just one of these that I need to be? Yeah, it was just one of them. I see. Okay. All right, that one's up there. So we should be good now. Be able to just drag these down. All right, that works fine. I will probably end up changing those colors, but for now I'm all right with them. Maybe we'll add like an extra streak of some other color in here. Actually, that looks really cool. If we can have our own like mini gradients in each of these, I think that's gonna look awesome. So then like this one needs which of these colors? Like that one, and then it would be more neutral. Cool. That's looking pretty cool. Franco says, ha ha ha, exactly, bienvenido. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for streaming your animation process. It encourages me to do more. I'm glad to hear that. All right, let's grab an orange to put here. Actually, not the orange. Let's do it like this. And then the orange will be this one here. This is gonna look cool. I am excited for it. And then we need, the outline's already fine. That one's good, except it doesn't need to be this large, I don't think. We'll probably have it like that size. Maybe a little bit higher. Cool. All right, and then pulses are sent through the ground on each bounce. So what I'll do for that is just figure out first where the bottom of this is. All right, so it's, oops, where is it? Illustrator is confused. All right. So there to there, and then I'll have it be like 4 stops or something. So we'll do this divided by 4 sits on the very bottom, and then just move it up. And then we will do the same sort of gradients that are in there. So it'll start as this, oh, I don't want it to look like that though. We'll have it start as a 2-color gradient that goes from the yellow to the red. That's not the color I picked. There we go. I'll grab the darker yellow. And then this one will be the same thing, except we're gonna have the purple to the blue. And then this one will be the dark blue to the dark purple. And then our last one will just be the purple to the black. Although that does make that one stand out a little bit too much, so we'll do a flip of this instead. There we go. And so then each time the ball bounces on this platform, we'll just have this like ripple down effect, where this one will show up and then this one and then this one, and then they'll fade off. That'll be good. Kazwan says, do you write down your ideas in advance? I sure do. On every one of these storyboards now, I'm writing down the idea for each scene before I get into the stream. All right, orb attached on stream from beginning is what this is going to bounce into. So I will grab that again from here. And then we've got last swing sends multicolored columns to the left of the screen, all slide off to the right to form our text. So we'll need, well, first let me delete that and save the file. All right. And then we'll be on pretty good pace for storyboarding if I can get this next one done. It won't even be 2 hours in yet, and we'll already be good. So let's grab, how's this gonna work? I need just a bunch of rectangles that I can send this way. That's exactly what I'll do. I'll just grab a rectangle and we'll set the gradient to probably the same colors that are on this thing, except they will be lightest on, sure, why not? Lightest on that side. And then it'll expand out from here all the way to the edge. Then another one will expand to like halfway there. And then all of them will slide back over to the side to form this thing. Cool. That sounds good. And maybe they'll like slightly fade off as each new one comes on. That could be cool. I'll just animate one and then duplicate it a bunch of times and reanimate it, I think. Cool. Well, then we should be good to start moving things over to After Effects then. Let's do it. We're gonna grab our color palette first and send that over. And I'm actually just gonna leave it on Illustrator while I do this so I don't accidentally forget to switch back and forth between them. Actually, wait, why don't I just turn it to this one since we're now in the in-between. Welcome. You can now get a much larger view of my chair. All right. So we got our color palette. We're gonna move that here. Keep it as CPAL. Both of these can be set to no color. That's actually perfect. It's the whole top width. All right, and then we're back over here. We're grabbing we're calling this one siren base. It'll be gone by that point. Oh, I probably should have moved the background over. That would have been good. All right, I can delete that now. Yep, background can be set to none as well. We'll have a different one there at that point. BG black. Save that. I'll actually just deal with all of the backgrounds first. Twingy says, awesome. Thank you. I hope it stays this way the whole time. All right, we got that one there. Whoops. Move this over. We then have a white background here. I need both of these kind of stacked up on top of each other for this part. Let me do that real quick. So this is going to be the same size as this whole thing. And then we need this one on top of that. There we go. All right, that should be good. We've got BG grad and BG black 2. And that's for which section? This is for scenes 4 and 5. Cool. And then black throughout until we get to 10. What's behind this one? Okay, it's just black there too. So yeah, just scene 10 and then we're good. All right. BG grad. Shanice says it's mirrors. The screen looks smaller now. Yeah, just while I'm moving between Illustrator and After Effects so much, I'm going to keep it on this screen, so I don't accidentally forget to change it back. All right, so that should be all the backgrounds. I can go ahead and keep all those down there. I should probably just recomp them all now. BGs. And then I'll just go in and animate the gradients on them later. All right, now we gotta start moving everything else over here. So we've got our siren base, then we will have our light mat. And I'll grab our pole, light pole, and our light array. It will be set to this. All right, and then now it'll be rotating through the whole thing. Nice. Lone says, are there similar tools that bridge Photoshop and After Effects? They're way better at Photoshop, even if they know Illustrator, it's better because it's using vectors. Or even if they know Illustrator is better because it's using vectors. I believe the same people that created the Overlord plugin also made one for Photoshop. I don't quite remember what it is, but you should be able to find it on their website. Their name is Battle Axe. I would just look up Battle Axe After Effects plugins and you should be able to find them pretty easily. Franco says, how do you get the script? Do you write it? Yes, I do write the script. I take an hour and a half or so before each stream to just come up with an idea. And then Ayush says, how can we improve our design? Take in a lot of content, look at a lot of work all the time, and find little things for you to practice on. That experience, whether it's looking at work yourself or making it, I think is incredibly valuable. Those two things are probably the best way, in my opinion. Oh, it is called Time Lord. I wasn't sure if Time Lord was actually... See, I'm getting it confused with Anubis, because you would think that Time Lord would have to do with more of like the exporting side of things, but yeah, Time Lord is the name of the plugin that will move things from Photoshop to After Effects for you. Though I haven't used it before, so I don't have a whole lot of... I don't have any experience with it, but I have heard it's good. All right, the light row is looking good. We'll just be sliding this over throughout that whole section. And by whole section, I mean this scene is literally like 10 frames or so, but that's okay. All right, moving back through here. Gonna grab this guy here. We're gonna call this ball and this string. That'll be behind there. Both of those come down to this. Right. I've Animator says you should be sponsored by Deep Glow creators and Battle Axe guys. I'm waiting for the day. We'll get that eventually. Okay, this will be box. And then this will be break. Oh boy. Come on, After Effects, don't crash on me. I know that's a lot of shapes. Oh, I must have rotated stuff. Dang it. Okay. Give me just a second. I'm gonna have to go back in here and redraw the gradients on these. Whoops. Let's make that a little bit more cool. Okay, cool. Now it should all be there in the proper form, except for that one, but it's fine because it's all going to get broken up anyway. Franco says, thanks for your answers. Are you self-taught or have you done a university degree? I'm self-taught. I went to university for 2 years and then left to do review full-time. It's a pretty easy decision to make when your professors get mad at you for taking client calls and having to miss some class in order to do that. All right, we're gonna make it so this is box break. This one is gradient ball, and this one is outline ball. And then I'll put a set mat on this now. I'm gonna set gradient ball attached to outline ball. Set mat on that one. It'll only show up within box. And just the same, gradient mat will only show up outside of box. So now if I drag this in here, oh, whoops, I need this to be behind here. I forgot. Now if I bring that over here, aha, we've got them both. Easy peasy. Lone says, I'm in that situation right now. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun time, for sure. All right, now we got to do with these little particle guys. Which means, oh, and I have the whole background is now in there, which is annoying. I might just bring all of these back out, which is going to make my layer stack more complicated, but if it means that I can just animate everything in the same spot, then I'm okay with it. All right, cool. That didn't even take up that much anyway. Oh, and the reason we're having this glass break thing right here, there's actually a sound in the song that does a glass break. Absolutely have to. I gotta use that. I can't pass that up. M. Sam says, how do you get that delay calculator next to each layer? If you have the latest version of After Effects, there's this little snail icon down here that it says expand or collapse the render time pane, and that's exactly what it does. So I just have it enabled to see which of my layers are taking up more resources and those sorts of things. All right, so now we need our main ball for here. Ball scene 4. Which will be gone by that point. And then we need our slew of accent shapes. Ball trail items. Cool. Franco says, ha ha ha, being self-taught is one of the best things in life, in my opinion. You don't receive any polarized idea, even in design, that everyone has different point of views. Yeah, it's nice being able to just sort of pick up knowledge from wherever instead of having just like one teacher's experience or something. I think it's incredibly valuable. I say as people are asking me for advice and I'm giving advice as just a single person, but anyway. All right, so now we need the other ball, which actually I'll just keep this one around. So we'll just say scene 4-ball 4 and 5, moving through here. And it'll just have to become the white color once we get to this spot. So I'm gonna already keyframe that in so I don't have to worry about it later, being like, I don't understand why my shape isn't here, but we're good now. All right, that one's good. And now I just need the rest of it. So we'll grab our platform. And we need our stick. We're gonna have that be there. I don't know when, at which point it'll actually show up, but we'll figure that out in a second. Right, and then we need the like slot for it to fit in. slot. Let me listen to the track real quick. I'll turn it down though. I just need to remember to turn it back up later. I do always forget that. Okay, so it should be here that both of those are, except that's when it's going to need to start moving down. So I guess here is where each of those will show up. The stick and the slot. And actually, I'm going to add a stroke to the outside of this, I think. Group 1, add stroke. It'll be that color. So that way there's something there before the gradient shows up. I may end up changing that later though, depending on how deep Glitch treats it. All right, and then we need our base. And that will show up right at the beginning. Cool. That works out fine. Oh boy, and now we get all of these individual balls that are all gonna have to be on their own shape layers, actually, because I'll need to parent them to one another. So that'll be interesting. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure I saved before I did that, but I guess we'll find out. None of them are in the right spot. Okay, so we're going to delete those. And then we're gonna grab those and paste them right on top of this. That looks about right. Cool. And now they should actually be in the correct spot. What did it say? It was like 34 of them or something? Oh man. All right, here we go. We're gonna do some organizing on this now so that when it is like 2 hours later and we're actually animating this scene, it is not as big of a pain. And it's just for like, it's such a small amount of time that it's gonna be on screen too. Okay, let me remove the color palette. This is our first one, which means these will show up next. So we've got, that one shows up first. Actually, wait, we'll do like the first 3 rows-ish. So we'll grab this one and then all of the ones that are touching it need to be in the next row. So if that one starts, let's have this one start at brown. Okay, all of those needs to be parented to the original one. And then grab the next set. So it'll be any of the ones that are touching those. So that's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and that one. Yep, I think that's it. Okay, cool. Move all those down, change them to orange. And then all of the other ones that are another layer away from that. So that would be, whew, that's a lot of them. All right, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, that one. Oh, that's so many. Okay. And that one. Yes, that should be it. I'm really hoping this works. I have not done a scene like this before. All right, then we need this one. We got purples there, so this one and this one. Purple, then that one. Purple, then that one. Purple, then this one. Oh, and then all of these. Okay. Well, alrighty then. Motivation says, oh, Revi cap. Indeed. We're going to have to set up a merch store at some point. That's not the announcement today. I'll tell you that much. But at some point, we will get one of those set up. People do want some Revi hats. All right. Those, so we got green, blue, and then the last two are red. Okay, I need to fix the parents really quickly. So now these will each be attached to, oh, whichever ones are next to them. Oh man, this gets even more complicated. Revi bucket hats when? We can make that happen. We can find somebody who can get us some bucket hats. And then there's an announcement today. There is. Though I'm not sure when I'm allowed to make it. So I'll get an update on that eventually. But all right. Let me finish parenting the rest of these. So, all right. We got, which ones are orange? Oh my God, there's so many of these. So that'll be attached to both of these. I'll just choose one of them, I guess. It'll be whichever one is this. So contents 4. Miguel says, hey, glad to see ya. Welcome, welcome. All right, and then, wait, did that not parent? Why did that not parent? Oh no, it did. Okay, got it. And then what's the next one? This one is attached to this, so contents 5. It's attached to contents 4. Somebody says, now that you moved to AE, could you go full screen? Sure, no problem. Benjamin says, hey Austin, I've been asking, I'm asking me a question. Where do you find your music for Instagram? Do you collaborate with an artist or did you buy it on a platform? I love your work. And thanks for the knowledge share. Salutations from France. Oh, merci. Glad to see it. Yeah, no problem. So typically I'm using a service that we have a subscription to as Revi called artlist.io. They have a pretty wide variety of all sorts of sound effects and music and things. We really like using the music on there. And then sometimes I'll get sound designers who reach out to me and want to collaborate on something. But I have to make these so quickly that, and I need the music beforehand, that it's kind of difficult to set those partnerships up. And it kind of, unless somebody sends me sound that they've just made ahead of time, it's kind of impossible for me to use. Because usually I'm posting it like a day after I've made it or something. So anyway, Lorenzo says, Revi hoodie, please. Sure. Yeah, we'll get a whole slew of things set up. It'll be good. I'll keep everybody posted on that. But yeah, so usually I'm using Artlist. Sometimes I will get people sending me custom sound design though. Iona says, did you think about multi-streaming Twitch and YouTube at the same time? I've thought about it. I only have so many monitors to be able to keep track of chat and those sorts of things. So I don't want to split the audience too much. And so I made the call thinking that most people probably have a YouTube, whereas some people have Twitch. Anyway. And then Motivation says, Revi is your motion design studio, right? Yes, very true. It sure is. Iona says, Baguette Land is watching you. I'm sure all of France appreciated that. Anyway. One moment, everybody. All right. Motivation says, my dream is to start my own studio. How have you found running one so far? Stressful, to put it short. However, incredibly rewarding as well. It very much is a double-edged sword, but I wouldn't change it for anything. The thought of going back to some of the things I used to do, whether it was freelancing by myself or working for internally at a marketing agency or something, I absolutely could never go back to that. I very much like being able to choose what I'm going to be doing every day and the types of clients I'm working with and the work that we're doing and the types of initiatives that we're starting and those sorts of things. It's all very, very exciting. But it definitely is not something to be taken lightly because it can be very, very stressful and scary at times. But that's with most things, I guess. Just takes determination, that's for sure. 10 goes to 9. 11 goes to 9 as well. BZOA says congrats on 1,000 subs. Thanks so much. I forgot that we passed it since the last stream. Very cool. And we're already, I mean, we're at like 1160 or something. Things are growing quickly. That's for sure. All right, so 23 goes to 14. I need to get through the rest of this section or I'm going to be stuck on it forever. All right, here we go. So where are we getting these from? 3 goes to 6. This is a pretty complicated rig. 8 goes to 2. 12 to, which one's this one? 12 to 11. 15 to 5. Right. 16 to 2. 18 goes to 2 as well. I just really hope this works. I think it will, but we won't really know until we try it out. Which one was that one? 22 goes to 6. All right. All right, 3 more sets. Given the green one is the largest one. 7 goes to 3. 17, 12. Iona says, by the way, when did you start streaming or expanding your community? I started, this is the 7th stream, so 7 weeks ago. Yeah, I think it was, I don't remember what number of the loops that is, but I guess if we're at, we'll be at 19 after this stream, so loop 12, whichever one that one is. I think the last one I ever did off stream was probably Glimpse, the one that's got all the windows on it. Yeah. So that long ago, 7 weeks, almost 2 months of streaming. Oh, that's kind of crazy to put it into perspective. Almost 2 months of streaming and already over 1,000 subscribers. That's crazy to the part of me that did Minecraft YouTube when I was in middle school. All right, 19 goes to 18. That makes sense. 20 goes to 8. 21 goes to 8. 24 goes to 3. 25 goes to 3 as well. 27 goes to 3. Which our layer stack's getting too big. And then 28 goes to 3 as well. I'm probably gonna have to, I'm definitely gonna pre-comp this one. This one's ridiculous. All right, 29 goes to 22. All right, we're in the home stretch. Here we go. 26 goes to 25. 30 goes to, which one is that one? 30 goes to 7. 32 goes to, which one of these? 24. And then 34 goes to 7. All right, and then these are easy. 33 goes to 30. 31 goes to 32. Cool. And now it should work to do this cascading thing. Like the scale on this thing will make the scale of all of those change. And then if I change just one of these, it does a section of that and another one of those. Oh yeah, that should work totally fine. It should be good. The motivation says review Minecraft server when? That could be fun. We could do that. Let's see. All right, here we go. All of those are finally set. Let's go ahead and yeah, let's pre-comp all this now. We'll say, what should we call this? Shapes cascade. All right, go there, and then ends on 7. Cool. I'm skipping this track, it's too repetitive. All right, I'm gonna go back to the small screen view for a second since we didn't get everything moved over. In fact, we only got half of the stuff moved over, but that's okay. I'm gonna grab these and I guess break them all up. Yeah, I'll have to because they gotta merge over top of each other. All right, so move that up above there. It'll end by frame 9. And then I need to just decide what each of these means. So we'll have pole, and then this one is mid shape. And then we'll do bot 1, bot 2, and bot 3. Then we'll have top 1, top 2, and top 3. And then this one is bot 1 grad. Whoops. This one is bot 2 grad. Top 1 grad and top 3 grad. Cool. All of those are good now. I'll have to just expand them back out from where they are, so I'll be kind of working backwards on that scene, but that's all right. Whew, almost at the very end. Hopefully this gradient isn't all messed up. It is. That's okay. We'll start from here and then go out to this section. Now it should work. Nope, still messed up. That's unfortunate. Overlord doesn't like something about the way I did that. That's okay though. Oh, weird. They're just all super compressed for some reason. That looks cool. Oh, it's just missing like half of the points. That's annoying. Let me pull up the gradient on my other screen real quick. That's really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. So we've got, there's so many other points on that. That's really frustrating. Okay, so that'll be the black. That'll be the black. That one, then this one, then that one. Oh, and then I have to go in here and change each of these individually again. All right, that's fine. It's not gonna look the same though. Huh. That's a little annoying. Come on, Overlord. There must be some limit to the number of stops that it can use. What if I enable some of this other stuff? That's so strange. Okay. Well, then I just need a reference photo that I can use. There we go. We'll say ref orb. All right, and let me change back to that for a second. And then bring this into After Effects. Cool. Okay, so, or I guess now that I'm just in After Effects, I can do this. So I need this as reference. We've got those, they work fine. Move these down underneath here. They'll only be there until this point. Actually, let me get the rest of the other shapes in real quick before I mess with that. Each of those gets moved as well. Cool. What is contents to? Oh, I see. Okay. So each of these works fine. This is our orb. This one is our ground 1. And then I'll just say ground 2, ground 3, and ground 4. And then this one is just base. All of these are attached to the base. That works. And then grab each of these. Move over here. They only exist until that point. This one is string. This one is ball. Ball should be above string. And then we just have a bunch of cascading sections here. So we'll call this slide column 1. And then the CTA, and we're good. That's all of them. No more Illustrator required, unless something really goes wonky and I gotta go in there and make something. Iona says, you deserve it. You're a great listener. You respond to your community and you share your knowledge. You even respond to story shares. That's really nice. Of course. Happy to help. All right. I'm going to grab more water. Give me just a moment. I'll be back. 1 second, everybody. What was it? Alrighty. Iona says, how hot is it where you live? It's been kind of terrible the last few days, to be honest. Last week I was kind of concerned to be outside. No, it was really nice yesterday though. And today. It's like 85-ish or something with some wind. It's nice. But then throughout most of the week, it would say it was like 98 degrees or something, and then the real feel was like 108. So just living in an oven, it's fine. But I grew up in Houston, which is even hotter than here, so I'm kind of used to it, though I do prefer the cold. I really hate the heat. MSETI says, speaking of community, how do you make time to engage and network on socials, etc.? Is there a strategy to it, or are you just going with the flow? This is my strategy. You're in my strategy right now. Making these loops has been the easiest way to engage with all sorts of different people, because I follow lots of different designers and folks, and I'll like their posts and comment stuff if I know them. And I don't know, it's just little times here and there throughout the day on that sort of stuff. But the biggest push is definitely just making consistent content, so that people know I exist. And I mean, it's worked well enough so far to where like I could probably realistically take a week or two without doing a loop and be totally fine. But it's been the easiest way to continually engage with people and be able to have people ask questions and find me and all sorts of stuff. It's been really, really useful. So as far as how I'm making that time, it's just part of my weekend, because we're just doing so much other stuff during the week that there's really no way for me to do it. So one second. All right. M City says, I see, big brain. That's the vibe. Also, I have a pizza muffin now. You take biscuit dough, like the refrigerated biscuit dough, you cut it up into little pieces, toss it in some olive oil with like basil and tomatoes and Parmesan cheese with some sausage, and then you put them in little muffin tins, and they come out as these nice little muffins, and you can just pull off little biscuit chunks that have pizza-y goodness on them. All right, let's animate, shall we? Let's do it. How loud is the music right now? Too loud is the answer. So we're gonna turn it down even more. This string is so tiny you can't even see it when I'm zoomed out. It's still 2 pixels though. That's right. Patent that and sell it. I got it from a TikTok, I think. So someone probably already beat me to it, but they are really good. I needed some good food to keep me going. I was feeling kind of sleepy. All right, here we go. This scene is so fast. First thing I'm gonna do, grab the lights and parent them to this light mat. Actually, wait, why don't I just I know I'm gonna need to make this thing move around, so I'm just gonna make one whole null. It's gonna be called light. Move all these things over to being parented to this light. And then what will happen first is, I actually forgot which direction. Oh, excuse me. This is supposed to go because I don't have the motion script pulled up. Anticipates right and then swings to the left. Okay. Got it. So we need to make that happen. Position to the right. And then off to the left. Here we go. Nice. And then I'm going to have the light itself go all the way from here to here. We're going to say exponential decay and go. Oh, that's too much, I think. It just moves too fast. We're going to have it start with this in the on position, I think, instead. Nope, that's still too fast. Because it's skipping through that whole middle section. What if we move it like that? And then what if I set this to, oh, I'll have to make the whole thing glow because it's attached to a mat. Though I could easily just pre-comp it. That would work. Medi says you inspire me a lot. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help out. I might have to hand keyframe this. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be at the off position again. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be back to this position. Does not quite work. I think I need to have it go in the other direction. So it starts on this one. Actually, let's have it start like here. And then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it's off. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's back on. But like off to the side a little bit. CC cylinder? That could be a way to do it. So at that point, I might as well just make the whole light. Is it because the... I think it's because the actual light itself is... Hold on. They might need to be spaced like... Instead of being off like this, being like that. Where they're like kind of overlapping each other. But But I mean, then you never get a full view of it. So I'm not entirely sure. Let's just try it with one of these. And then see what we can do. Why is this not? Okay, I was gonna say, why is it not showing anywhere? Cylinder. Okay, let's do... That'll do it. CC cylinder might be the way to go. It does look a little strange. I need just like no shading on this. None of anything on here. Nah, I just don't even want there to be light. I wish there was a way to just not have it. Oh, well, that would be one way. Color overlay. All right, I need to re-enable the color palette. And now I don't have to worry about it. And we can just do it moving like this. Though it would need to be covered up there, so it doesn't entirely solve the problem. But it does help some. Because we would need to like selectively cut off the we would need to selectively cut off the like backing of the light, which gets a little confusing. What if I add, this is test light, bring this down to 0, bring that down to 0, and then what if instead I grab another one of these, set the color overlay to black. Oh wait, but I need them to be on the same layer. Because that covers that part, but that does not fix that bit. Motion with Nas says, "Yo, Austin, missed the storyboard. No big deal. Glad to see you. Welcome, Nas." So he says, "Turn up ambient." Yeah, I think I'm just gonna not deal with the shading at all. And I've seen some shit. Says, "Hello, Austin. Hello, welcome. Glad to see you again." All right. I'm gonna look back at how this looked here now. It needs something. What if I duplicate this and do CC cylinder on this instead? Does it get all messed up? Nope, I don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna do CC cylinder. We're going to up the ambient. Cool. And then we'll bring the rotation to, what if we do this? Does that work? Oh, it works. It certainly works. I mean, we shouldn't be able to see it behind there, but that would do it. If we bring it to like 75. No metal, no roughness. Rotating from the middle and not from the edges. Yeah. Let's try it this way and see what happens. So we'll do contents. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I need effects, CC cylinder rotation, and then we'll have it get to, oh, except now it needs, now the problem is that it's not inside the actual siren base anymore. So I need to add a set mat to siren base, which is there. And then I'm gonna need to bring siren base back on top of that. Okay. Got it. Where is the center of this thing? Not there is the answer. Okay, I need this to be in the actual center. That's so strange. Why won't it change where the... Oh, that would be why. Oh, it's not going to track that, is it? Okay. Change of plans. We are going to figure out some way to make this look better. So that we can have our nulls work correctly. Something to do with... I mean, it really doesn't look that bad. Maybe add CC power pin to match the shape. That could work. All right. What if I just don't make it look like it's rotating that fast to begin with? It is a little, like, it doesn't have to be moving that fast. We could instead do... Franco said, I hate this section called, oh shit, here we go again, of the process. I agree, but it must be done. I think instead what we'll do of having these like multiple different ones that show up, we'll just do like, this one is gonna start, we'll mimic the same movement that this is doing. So we're gonna have this move over here to be fully on it. And then as it moves back over here, that will slide back off. We'll try that. So sure, it doesn't rotate as much as it would have before, but I mean, it doesn't really rotate at all, but it still works. And I'll add some like flicker onto it anyway, so that way it matches up with the music a bit more. And we'll have it like change colors or something. It'll be good. So we don't even need any, excuse me, of these shapes anymore. Okay. We have the colorful one. And we'll do, where does that happen? Like here-ish, so we'll do a flash here, or it'll be a hold keyframe, and then we'll go to the yellow color, and then to the blue color, and then back to the pink. And then we'll even have it like scale up or something. Too short siren time to full light rotation. or that's the time you want to use. I think I just don't, I don't know that I'm going to have it do like a full rotation anymore. I think I might just have it turn on and then just flash back off. Maybe I'll make some shape that's on the inside or something. That'll work a little bit better. Where is it in the center? So like instead of doing a full rotation, since it was looking funky, and I don't really want to do 3D because it'll look strange compared to everything else being pretty flat and geometric. What I'm going to do instead is just have this shape in the center to make it look like this is actually the where the bulb is in there. We'll bring that in, drop it down here, attach it to our null, and then move all those down. So now this will turn on as long as, like, once this is visible. So 1, 2, or actually once that first frame is there, really. It should be off by there. So we'll call this light center. And this will let us do some more interesting things. So we can actually have this one be 3D if we want. And it shouldn't look too strange. So we'll do Y rotation from there to, let's just do 180. Grab those, move this back over, and then now it does a little rotation. We'll have it do a little pop on thing here. Oh, you're not seeing the After Effects. This is why I shouldn't have changed back to Illustrator. Ever. Got it. Something like if the light is not visible, it's because the light product showing. Yes. Yes. Okay, so what I did is add this little shape in the center so that we've got something else that can rotate a little bit. Instead of the light itself having to do so many rotations. Cool. I love seeing the trickle of comments come in of like people watching the video back at different times. So some people are like a minute behind and some are 30 seconds behind. And so we get like not being on the right window or something. And then it's like another minute later, we get more people saying that it's not on the right window. That's funny. All right. So let's do some micro animation on the bottom bit itself. All right, so this is just like a accent line, and we'll just move that up from the bottom. Do a position keyframe there, another one down here, and then I'll just do some path animation to get it to move up without looking funky. Where are we at? 2 hours, 20 minutes. All right, we can do this. We're gonna be speedy today. All right, now I need the path animation. Grab the path, move that there, and that there. Copy the easing, paste it, and then we should be good. A little bit of a disconnect right there, but not too bad. And then I just need the path of the light pole to be down there at the same time. So contents, path animation, there we go, grab that, and then that will just sit down here. Cool. And then maybe I'll do like a, let's see, we've got the base, which part is the top? Okay, top. And then I'll duplicate that and we will do a little scale up action here. Start at like 75% that size, and then it'll just meet that size. Honestly, I might do like 50%, make it a little more exaggerated. And then we'll do a little rotation as well. But I want it to be on the bottom, so it's kind of like rocking back and forth a tiny bit. Let me grab another one of those. We'll do rotate. Bring this down to the bottom. What did I just grab? There we go. Okay. We're going to call this rotate and attach it to the light null. Come back over here. And we'll do rotation. Should it be on one of the corners or something? From there to there, it should probably be rotated. Oh wait, it would have to be the other way around, wouldn't it? We need another one just for main. And this will be position. So all of these should actually be attached to the main option. And then that one is attached to position. And position attached to... Wait, which? Okay, hold on. Does this work now? No. Rotation needs to be attached to that. No, wait, what? I'm confused. How can that be attached to that and that? Does this work now? Okay, good. As long as that still works. All right, so this would be like slightly rotated that way, and then as it comes back over here, it would be like this. So copy and paste the easing. There we go. Okay, and I'm actually going to do a little bit more position moving down here so it matches up a little bit better. An exponential growth curve. There we go. Cool. Now it's got some more fun motion to it. All right, let's just do this now. Which direction does the string need to swing? Ball swings to the left and then the right. Got it. So we're gonna make a null called swing. We're gonna attach the ball to the string and then the string to the swing, with the null for that being way up at the top here. All right. And then we're going to do swing that way. So that would be what? like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like all the way out here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We would be way off to the side over here. One second, y'all. I need hoping to wrap up around, what time is it right now? 1:30. Probably got like another 3 hours or so. 5-ish. 5 to 6-ish. All right. Let's fix the easing on this. Oh yeah, this is gonna work perfectly. We're gonna do some extra little animations with this guy. We'll go from 100 down to 50 and then all the way back up. Cool. And I'll need to do some extra little bit of like path animation on this to have it extend down. Cool. Where's the break happen in this next one so I can add a marker? Like there. Cool. All right, now I need path animation on this. So we'll say path there, and then to here. It will bend out like that. And as it's moving over here, it'll be more like this, right? That should work. There is too much space up there where it is like very obviously not actually bending from that spot. I guess I'll have to do it on both sides. That's fine. Or just do it from over here instead. So like there to here-ish. Okay. And then the gradient background needs to move as well. So we'll have the fill start in the center, and then it gets over here. Oh yeah, I need my direct select tool. All right, so like there, and then once we're over here, moving it this way. Ease, and does it work? Okay, that looks a little funny. We're going to start this like that. I'm even going to change the colors at the end here so it doesn't look so obvious that it's just a radial gradient sitting there. All right, let's do the lighter one. There we go. Oop, I just need one of those. Copy. Okay. And ease. Are we good now? Maybe I'll have them be off by a frame or two. Danny says, did you CC bend it for the swing or just path animation? Just path animation. It still needs some tweaking though. That's for sure. Okay, here we go. This needs to be at like 45 degrees per second. Nope, that's too much. Okay, we're gonna say like 10 degrees per second. Nope, that still feels weird. Okay, I need another one of these nulls for this null. All right, we're gonna cut both of these off. Call it swing to the sequel, and then rotate this again. So, oh wait, I gotta make this be up here. Okay, now we're good. Have that overshoot a little bit, and then start coming back this way. Ooh, it goes off screen. Didn't want that. Okay, so we're gonna bring this one down to like 8, and then this one can be up to like 12-ish. Now it just looks weird. Okay, we're just gonna delete that. What if I make it slide a little bit? So we got position there. Slides over to here. And then we're off over here. That helped a little bit. Though I guess that means I would much rather it start like over here. This thing at the beginning totally looks like it could be some Google product or something. Why don't I just have this go through the entire time? Instead of it having to move. Okay. And then let's do some echo on the ball. Set this to composite and back. 0 and then 20 copies. That's weird. It does a very jagged edge there, which is a little strange, but we can fix that. Why don't I just have the echo start once we get over here? So it'll have like 5 copies before then. Two copies. It's doing some weird, like, skipping over here. Or it looked like it was from a zoomed out view for some reason. Oh yeah, it's like adding them right there. Oh, it's before, it's because it's before it's actually started moving back. I see. Oh, and by the time it's over here, that's actually too little, so we'll need to add even more. Actually, wait, no, I'll just mess with the time on this one. So we'll do 0 to 5, 15, 10. Sure, that works. I'm half tempted to grab this background layer, duplicate it, and then do no opacity up here. We'll change this to like 25, and then just rotate the whole thing. So that way we get these like dual gradients going on. Oh, that's just another keyframe for the color. What about here? Okay, that's where it was. So no more color keyframes. And then I can have the start and end point move on this one as well. Which one's this? Okay. Gradient fill. Sure. Or let's have it start like here and here. And then it ends up. Let's do like here. Like there-ish. That's kind of fun. And then we can have it start moving back over that way at the end there. And then this one will be at like, I don't know, 25% or something. Maybe a little bit more than that. Cool. All right, we need this to be, the echo needs to be over a little bit more time. It was too obvious when it was starting, I think. What happens if I remove the scale that we did on this? Much better. That was looking silly. All right, cool. So then we've got, which one is it? Yeah, this one starts from over here. Gets to this point, or gets like here by that point. Franco says, good progress. I'm following your stream with mate and pizza. Keep going. Glad to hear it. We're getting through at a good pace. There are some streams where I haven't even started animating until this point, so we're getting there. All right, and then I need a null on top of this one. We'll call it ball. And then the outline will be attached to this one. Okay, and then it'll reach this wall at that point. Maybe a little bit into it. Okay, and then just kind of like pop out here. Exponential growth to the center, and then an exponential decay to get out of it. Okay, that's not quite working for me yet. Wow, those are some fast scenes. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, I'm actually gonna have the break happen here. That'll be much better, I think. Okay, this thing's gonna break apart here. Which means we're gonna grab the position for all of these and mark it down. Cool. And then like just until the very end, they will be moving around. All right, so this one's gonna be off that way. This one gets dragged over here. Whoops. This is the problem with getting really tiny ones. Right, same with this one. This one's off over here. Should probably be that like there's some of these that are further out towards the top, and then the rest are kind of like outside of it in this sort of dome shape. I think that should work. It'll also help obviously once I've got these all set to rotating as well, but for now this is what we got. Cool. All right, time to make all of these rotate as well. Whoops. All right. Okay. Which one is this one? It'll rotate that way, and this one as well. I'll make them all smaller as well, I think, once they get hit. Okay. Grab all of these. Nice. Already feels infinitely better. Cool. All right, and now I need each of them to have scale enabled as well. There we go. JS says, hi, I missed it. It's no big deal. You're all good. That's why they'll be up to watch afterwards. And I'm pretty sure you can scrub back through now if you really want to. I hope that this is not messing with the actual position of these because of some weird anchor point issue, but I guess we'll find out. What am I doing? I so easily could have just done this and then copy pasted it. That would have been infinitely easier. Okay, gonna select all of these, add them to it, add it to them. Okay, and then paste. And now it should be good. Nice. This is coming together. That sound is so satisfying. All right, here we go. And then the ball itself needs to fall down. Fall down. So I will parent that to this. And we'll go like 13 frames back or something. And then send this flying down. I might have to start it earlier, actually. Okay. Then I guess I'll do the same thing with the shards here. Move them down to like there. All right. Nice. All right, now I need these two backgrounds. Sure, this one's attached to that. It'll start like here. Come all the way down to this spot. Lewis says, Austin, how do you preview the frames with sound? I just have an audio track down at the bottom of my composition that plays as long as I'm hitting play on the keyboard. Okay, so we'll do something with this. The gradient will be much higher. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we will say start point, end point, and then same thing here. So we'll have it be like this. Cool. Ooh. Okay, so it should actually be like here. That looks a little odd. Iona says, may I ask the specs of your computer, RAM, graphics card, and processor? Sure. 32 gigs of RAM, GTX 1660 Super, and a Ryzen 5 3600. And that's all of them. All right, 3 hours in. Okay, I need to add an overarching null called slide to this. It is going to have the ball down as well as box break attached to it. And it's just going to go 1, 2, 3-ish. Okay. And it will start back here. Cool. Nice. It's starting to feel like it's dancing a bit. I like that. All right, so we got. All right, so we have ball 4 and 5. We'll go from up here. Whoops. It's just like in the center. I can remember that. It goes like from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down to here. And then all the way back up. Okay. Send that all the way up there. Wow, you really can't see the lines at all unless you're zoomed all the way in. That's annoying. All right. This to there and there. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3. Needs to hit the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back up. 1, 2, 3. Down onto here. Okay, we'll see if the easing works on this. That comes down there. Up like that. Yep. Okay, that should work, I believe. Once we get some echo on it, maybe, because that is a long drop at the beginning there. Actually, I'll just have this come back up. The gradient at the bottom here. What do we want to do here? We'll say grad up, and then attach that to that, and we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that's already up pretty high. I can make it go down further, I guess. At least that way you get to see everything. Okay, so I need this to go up some. I'll bring it to like there. Essentially what I'm trying to do is make it so that I can match the platform that I have in this scene. You can't see it yet, but down here, there's a little platform. I'm gonna match it up to the same height that the gradient background was. And then that's gonna let me do a cut to where the platform won't be up so high and the bounce will make a little bit more sense, I think. Or I could just have the, actually, yeah, forget that. I'm just gonna have the platform start where that was, and it'll get like pulled down with the what's it called? It'll get pulled down as the gradient of the last one's getting pulled down, of the background, I mean. Jason Lee says, hey Austin, how's it going? Came back from a nice bike ride. Great weather here. Pretty nice weather here too. Not that I've been out to see it much yet, but glad to hear it. Glad to see you again. All right, so where's the big bounce? It's like there, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say like here is where it'll finally end up in that spot. It's all the way up there. We can probably get away with it being like that high-ish. And then this bounce can be up just a little bit higher. Ooh, or it's not down all that far by that point. Instead, it would go from there to, where would make sense for that bounce to happen? Let's do like the midway point on the screen. A little lower, like here. And then the easing will just be based on when the ball hits. So the ball will actually be the thing to send the platform all the way down to the bottom of the screen. Okay. That should work, right? Oh yeah, that should work. Now I just need to make it so the platform itself is wider down here, or is longer down here. There we go. Aliens Lullaby says, you're very inspiring. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, that bounce of it getting stuck up on top of the pole is so satisfying. Jason Lease is glad to be back. I have a question regarding creative thinking. I've been exhausted trying to find great ideas for my next project. Any tips for creating creative transitions, etc.? Take some time to just look through Vimeo and look up a bunch of people's motion reels. That's been my go-to for just finding lots of cool motion design all at the same time. And just watch a bunch of them, like 30 minutes ish, of doing that, and you should have lots of ideas, at least that you've been exposed to. Not necessarily that you know how to use yet or anything, but at least so that way you've got something to get the gears turning a bit. All right, I gotta figure out what to do with these trail items. So these will go in the top, generally in the same direction, except we don't have to worry about them going back up. So they can just sit down here. I usually use the Newton plugin, but you are the Newton yourself. Yeah, I do like me some physics. It's fun. Danny says, any recommendations for designers in particular? I like your style using a bunch of geometric shapes and stuff, but a lot of design reels I tend to see have way more complex designs. Let's see. There's a couple that I like in particular. I'll write some in the chat. I love Doug Albert's Ordinary Folk. Hobbs is a great one. Let's see, who else? Who else is good for kind of minimal stuff? I don't know. Those are kind of my go-tos. Let me take a look really quick and see if I have anything bookmarked. I don't think I have any other ones off the top of my head. Yeah, take a look at these to start with. Oh wait. Also, Chronimo Studio. Yeah, Revi is a good option. Chronimo Studio is good too. Who else? Oh, I had one. I had just thought of it. Oh yeah, Ido, the Furrow, Jose Pena, JR, Jorge Canedo. There's so many different people. I just completely blanked. Sander Van Dijk, I think that's right, is a good one. I don't know that I've heard of them, but I'll have to check them out for sure. Alex says Jose Pena just in general is stellar. I agree. He makes really great stuff. All right. Let's finish making these little trail guys. Here we go. I don't even think any of those ones at the top are going to show up, but we will certainly try. This one is 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6, and then 7 and 8, because either of those are so far up top I don't even know if we'll see them anyway. All right, so what we're gonna do is say opacity and then 0% there, and then I'm gonna just do anchor point movement so that I can copy paste that to all of them. And then we will do like -100 or something. Jason says, great, thanks, I'll look into that. Sometimes I find something interesting, but I get so caught up in the loop thinking it's so hard for me to make that certain effect. Any ideas on overcoming that fear? I mean, you saw me dealing with that, or wait, you probably didn't because you weren't here. If you look earlier in the stream, I wanted to make this thing like a rotating police light or something, but one, there just wasn't really enough time to make it rotate all that much. But I also just, the technique I wanted to use wasn't working perfectly. And so I just kind of sat there until I found some workarounds for it. I try and think about those sorts of situations, not in like, if you look at someone who's done 3D animation or something, I mean, if they're good and organized, then they probably have a pretty neat setup or something. But you've seen those videos more than likely where somebody shows a behind the scenes of a 3D animation. You've got all this stuff in front of the camera. It looks super, super cool. But then the second you're not in that camera view and you're rotating around the scene, it's just like a bunch of shapes kind of thrown about in a bunch of different places when you're not looking at it at that camera view. So the way I try to think about it is like, it doesn't really matter how weird the setup is that I have for it. As long as it looks right to the camera, then it's all good. So if you need to use like a million different shape layers to get something done, then I mean, by all means, just do what you got to do. There's always some more kind of janky way of doing something. It just might take a little bit longer than if you had the most efficient way or something. And then also, it's totally fine to come up with a different idea or something for that scene. Like I know that feeling is frustrating to not necessarily have it be how you wanted it to be originally, but I mean, that's just part of the gig, is making some calls to make something that you can make. But yeah, and then if there's some way to think about it mathematically or something instead, where it's just like the little individual aspects of the animation that you're trying to do, like for characters, it's always pretty scary to me because I don't really understand organic forms that well. So I try and just think about it as like broken up shapes instead, and that helps me. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. Artem says, is it 4th scene of 12? Yes, we're on the 4th scene of 12 scenes. Except the 12th scene is just the text coming on screen, and that's gotten pretty standardized at this point. That'll take me like a second to get that done. And then 5, we're kind of getting through. 6 will be a little bit of a mess. 7 and 8 are basically the same scene. 9 isn't that hard, and neither is 10. So, shouldn't be that bad, but we'll get there. Anyway, here we go. Let's move into more of these, shall we? I'm just going to do offset 1 by 1 on these. I think I might have done these in the opposite direction from how I wanted them to be. Yes, I did. Okay, whoops, 1 second. I accidentally did the wrong direction for this anchor point. It needs to be positive, so it starts from way up high and then comes down. Cool. I'll actually do like 150 or something. Bring that down. Maybe do a little scale thing with it as well. Go from there to like 150 and then back down. That could be fun. All right, here we go. And then we'll add echo on this. We'll change it to composite and back. Let's do 15 echoes at that amount. That should work better now. I need this ball to get down here a lot further than it actually does right now, so that I've got more space for these trails. All right, here we go. And then this can come all the way down here. Ooh, some of those shapes do not play super well with echo. Let's do 20 on those. And then maybe we'll do like 15 on this instead. Okay. Let's do that. And then we will grab the transform or that first one. Anchor point, scale, and opacity. And grab that one, put it there. Okay, so these actually need to be starting way closer to this. And maybe they come further down? It doesn't really work. The echo's making it a little confusing now. Let me just remove that entirely. Is it because these are stopping at some point? Oh boy, lots going on in the chat. Let's see. Gustalus says, what is that website that you get your sounds or music from again? Artlist.io, artlist.io. Alex's character rigging is easy. Sure. Sure. Can be. That's for sure. I don't have experience with it though, so right now it's definitely not. For me anyway. Franco says, if you do the same as another person, you'll have the same results. So creativity and design means different approaches to challenges, and the final result will be different because of you. I see. Artem says, you are so optimistic. I want to be like you when I work. I'm not like this all the time. No, I can definitely attest to that. Especially when it comes to giving up scenes. I'm not always so willing to do that on client projects, but I'm getting better at it. Jason says, I've actually been thinking of making an emotional 2-minute short explaining mental health struggles, but I want a main character being an actual human, but rigging and all that seems so hard to do, so I gave up. Oh no. There's definitely lots of good character animation workflows out there. It should be plenty of resources for that, but yeah, it can be really disheartening for sure. M said, he says, Artlist sponsorship? Yo, I wish. They were supposed to send me some merch or something a while ago because they've gotten a bunch of people coming from the streams and those sorts of things, but suspiciously the package has never shown up, so I don't know. I'll have to ask him about that. But I was supposed to get a hat and some other stuff. Would have been cool, but no sponsorship. We just like using them. Okay. Let me watch the whole thing all the way through. That could possibly be why. It doesn't look bad. It's just because they all slink together at the end that it looks a little weird. What if I just take these out? So it's only on like the first view that it does that. And now what happens if I enable echo? And they gotta get disturbed a little bit by the ball coming back up there, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'll add the same echo to the ball itself. Oh, why is it? Oh, it's because it's got the echo on when it changes color. I see. That's not what I want. By the time it's there, though, it's fine. If anything, that might be a little bit too much. So let's do number of echoes there. And there are the same, but then here is much less. So that way it's still white the whole time. Cool. Alex says, I'm just messing. It can be hard to get into, but it's easy once you've done it like 80 times. Oh, I bet. I bet. Yes, the style I want to go for is what Waven U does on her page. The style is so unique. Not sure if you've heard of her. I haven't, but I'll check her out. Artem says, what is your hobby, Austin? Do you play some sports? That's funny. I need to get some hobbies. I don't have any right now. I pretty much just do motion all the time, whether it's for myself, doing the streams or any of that stuff, or doing it for client work. I'm trying to get really, really far with this. So I've just been kind of pouring all of my energy into that for the past few years. So yeah, no real I mean, I play video games every now and again. I just got a bike, so I've been going on, well, I just got my bike. I had gone on some bike rides and then caught COVID, so then I was just staying at the house, but I'll be getting back out to that this week. And then aside from that, I hang out with my girlfriend. We go and get good food and that sort of stuff, and watch movies, travel, all that jazz. For a little while, I mean, now that gas prices are much higher here in the US, it's a little bit harder to do, but for a while there, I would choose a random tiny town in North Carolina, and she and I would go drive to just completely random towns and just go see what was up there for a night or so. It was fun. Haven't done that in a little while, but that's always good. I like a good road trip for sure. Alex says his hobby is work. She's not wrong. Alex is our new producer, by the way, in case that wasn't clear from some of the past streams. So glad to have her on the team. Ilya says, do you do cinematics? Do you mean like Call of Duty editing or something? I've heard that term used interchangeably for a couple different things, so I'm gonna need some more info on that, but anyway. All right, let's watch this through one more time, make sure there's nothing else that needs changed badly at those. No, those are fine. That section's all right. I'm not like super happy with it. I think I need some more little elements and things there. Maybe these things need to rotate, and that's part of the reason why it feels a little static, but they probably need to rotate, and then they also need to move off to the side a little bit and disperse. Okay, let's just do that now, and then I'll move on eventually. All right, so position goes from there, and then it'll go off to the right a little bit. Grab the easing on that. All right. Cool. Manojit says motion design is my hobby. Ain't that right? That's right. It's fun. I mean, I got into it because I found it fun, so makes sense that it would still feel kind of like that to this day, despite working with crazy companies all over the place. Use those, move that there. just gonna have to do this for all 8 of these individually. This one's kind of centered. We'll move it over there a little bit. Moj says, hey Austin, how are you? Can we talk a bit about money? We sure can. We can talk about money. We love money. Let's chat about it. What's up? Artem says you can use home button for fast scroll to the beginning of the timeline. I feel like I've hit that a million times. Yeah, I feel like I accidentally hit that all the time. Where are we at? So position will go from there to there. 7. You're almost there. Oh, we're not even gonna see these, I don't think. Yeah, we don't even see those. All right. That looks strange. It's kind of cool though. Oh, I need a ripple on the top of this, don't I? That's part of why it looks a little odd. There's nothing happening to the top of this thing to make it look like it's actually getting plunged into. How do I want to do that is the question. Let's see if there's some way I can do this easily. Let me make a mask. Bring it up to the top, and then like once it's past the ball, nothing's really happening to it, but then now I can add turbulent displace maybe? That should work actually. Okay. So I have a bigger size. Let's do bulge. Oh, okay, now it's really getting funky. We gotta be careful with this. It's not messing with the rest of it too much though, is it? No, it's just that top part. That's not that bad. All right, so we're gonna do down to here. And then up here, it will have been like this. All right, let's see how that works. Except it just stops there, which looks a little odd. Let's just set this to like 2. It'll go a little bit faster. And then I need the one back here to move down a little bit. MSETI says, sometimes I feel like I'm in a loop of not being able to 100% relax because all I'm thinking about is working. Do you get that too? Oh, big time. Although it has helped a little bit having a bunch of different sort of sections that I can work on in my work life now. I've got the streams and making these loops. I've got the client projects at Ruby, and I've got our internal initiatives at Ruby. So it helps being able to sort of think of those as different jobs and like some of them as hobbies versus some of them as jobs at any given time. Like there's more priority on one than another. So that helps me feel like I'm taking a break in some ways, even though I mean, I'm still working, but it feels a little different because it's working on different things. But there are some days where I just need a break. Like, I mean, that's why I did the stream today instead of yesterday, because I just didn't, I needed a break yesterday. I had COVID all week, and we were working on some projects and things, and so yesterday I just sat in bed and watched TV, and that was it. So I definitely feel that sometimes, but then I make sure that I just give myself that time to unplug 100%. And then, hold on, Manoja, I will get to your question in just a minute. I want to make sure I figured this problem out and that we're on to the next scene before I'm answering that. The echo on this is starting to get kind of funky. What if on this one we did 1.5 instead? That looks better. And then I just need the top of this thing to be gone. So that's this one. We say, wait, oh, that'll start to get kind of weird as well. We'll try it out anyway. Because now that's not the same black in the background. Oh wait, yes it is. That should be fine. Cool. Oh, whoa. My OBS is broken. Oh no. I hope the stream's still working because it was broken for a second. It would appear that the goods that were needed for the special announcement later are ready, but we're not announcing it yet. We'll do that when the loop is done, so I have some extra pressure on me. So be ready. There will be fun things in addition to just getting to see a cool loop at the end of this. All right, I want to turn this echo off. Yes, that is so much better. It looked so strange with that other thing on it. All right, now we got to figure out how to do this next section. All right, here we go. One second, y'all. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me answer questions in the chat before I forget. Manojit says, so here's the thing. I currently make 20K USD per year at my current InfoSec job. and I'm planning to switch to motion design because I love it. Okay, no issues with communication skills at all. Sorry for 3-part message. I think I missed the first part of the message. So you make 20K at an infosec job and you're thinking of switching to motion design. What am I missing there? And then Artem says, I think in a many shortcuts, but then I opened Blender. Oh yes, Blender is kind of a nightmare with the amount of shortcuts and stuff. Okay. Let me grab some more water and then we'll get through the next few scenes, shall we? 1 second. All right, y'all. We have a monster truck outside currently. So sorry for the background noise. Oh, he just stopped. How nice. Got some stuff in the chat. Here we go. Oh, Manojit says, how much does an average freelance motion designer make? It entirely depends on where you're located and the types of work you're doing. I really don't know. I mean, here in the States, people are making like $600 to $800 a day freelancing. In other places, it's like $300 a day. It really depends. It's a very broad range depending on where you are. I would recommend looking into a couple different markets. Like, I'm sure you can find groups of freelancers within your location, and from there probably find some averages and understand what people are charging in your area. That would probably be the easiest thing for me, because I really don't know, except for what it is in the US here and the people we've got on our freelancer list. JS says, can't see when you open drop-down menu and pop-ups like keyframe velocity. Yeah, that's the shame with not having it be full monitor capture. By doing window capture, it doesn't show some of those things. But I'll try my best to call out when I do that. Or when I open dialogues and those sorts of things. Anyway. Let's get this thing going, shall we? The slot and the stick need to be attached to the base. Manoj says here, some of my friends said they are charging around $300 per day. I mean, that sounds about right. Depending on where you're from, we have lots of folks in the East that are charging around that amount. Let's do like 73% on either side. See what that looks like. Okay, I need to figure out where the middle of this is and extend that out. All right, let's grab the whole thing. Just call it slide. And then move all of it down towards the end here. Ashur says, nice animation so far. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay, now I need to do path animation on the stick. Oh, I guess I should probably just have this up here once it taps here. Okay, so stick will appear here. And we'll do stroke width goes up to like 10 and then back down. Okay, we're gonna have the slot be here the whole time, but we'll do a gradient fill motion here. Where's the path animation on this? Okay, so there, right there, and there. There we go. Why is the platform not above that? There we go. All right, now to deal with this thing. So we'll do contents. This whole thing isn't even 20 frames. 16. So we'll go from 75 to 150. That might be too small, but we're gonna try it anyway. How big is it by this point? 67. Yeah, we might have to do 75. All right, and then we'll do all of these at the same time as well. And then we'll start moving in on these. these come in as well. And then we'll start grabbing each of these as well. Okay, let's do a scale up and down animation on this. Like that. Okay. Cool. And then I'll add some flicker to some of these, I guess. Or maybe their colors change or something. I don't know. I'm gonna need the color palette for this. Group 1, stroke. Then pink. Then blue. Then purple. And dark purple. And then repeat. So now we can copy paste this wherever we need to. Okay, we need the stroke. Nope, I don't have any for white. That's awkward. All right, there we go. This one needs to be blue. This one's yellow. This is going to look awesome with deep flow. Absolutely. Ahmed says, can you give us the drawing so we can apply the animation? For like a challenge or something? That could be interesting. Danny says, is there a resource to find short motion prompts? I feel like coming up with ideas for even short loops like this is hard for my level, so I'd like to start smaller. Like someone at these reels, I like looking at these reels, making maybe a prompt to make just 1 2 to 4 second part of it or something. Could be interesting. Maybe something like that 30-day logo challenge, but tailored for motion instead. That's what we're trying to have our intern do right now. Which one are we on? Okay, that was right. This one is yellow as well. Blue. Okay, now they should all be changing correctly. Cool. And then what else would be good to do with these? Remove the color palette. There needs to be a much bigger stroke when this happens. We'll do like 25. And then maybe like the whole thing moves down a tiny bit. We'll do all here and here. Move that, bring it down, and then back up. Oh, good with that. Okay, and then this is the one I have to work backwards. So 8, 9, 10, 11. No, this would be 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so they all need to end there, which they already do. Wonderful. So this is the, okay, this will be interesting. This needs to be attached to top 3, this to top 1, this to bot 2, and this to bot 1. Clover says, I just came by to say hi, hi, hi. Welcome. Glad to see you. Lorenzo says, I cannot fathom in my small brain how you come up with these concepts. It's always amazing. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. All right. Let me put all of these as reference shapes here. All right, and then lock those. So what's the music sound like? It's okay, so it's right here that they need to tap together. So we'll do like 10 before, or no, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then like all the way over there. Ish, somewhere around there. Okay, so what I need to do now is have all of these end up there at that point, and then here they all need to match up with their originals. So up to there, up to there. All the way down there. And about 1. Mid shape moves down slightly. Okay. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They get there by then. We'll do like 81% on either side for the influence. Come back to the center. Just all those. Okay, now cool. And then I'll move all of these to just different places from where they were originally. Mid shape will be here. This one, whoops, so that'll be bot 1 is down to there, bot 2 can be moved to there, bot 3, just put them all on a stack, easy peasy. All right, and then we're gonna grab each of these. We'll do like this. All right, and then hopefully this works. Okay, now I just need to figure out what to do with each of these. So top 3 grad needs to be set mat to top 2. Top 1 grad needs to be to mid shape. And then, oh, is there not one here? Can I do another set mat to top 2? That doesn't work. That's unfortunate. Well, that's just not good then. I'll just have to do another one of these, I guess. Set that to top 2. There we go. Actually, is that how I looked in this? Or I guess I didn't check to see which one it was actually in, but that's okay. Oh, it's because this one's supposed to be mid-shape. I see. Which means I need one for that, don't I? Okay. I've made this confusing for myself. That's okay. Alright, and then let's grab, this is bot 2 grad needs to be set mat to bot 3. Yeah, that should be right. And then this one is set mat to mid shape. Right? That should work. Oh, those end up touching. That's not going to work. But that doesn't look good either. So, what if we remove that one? Yeah. Cool. And then, oh, but that's a shame because if I put deep glow on this, it's only going to be, oh no, it works. Oh, how nice. Wonderful. We'll set that to like 0.1 or something. That should be good. Cool. I'll deal with all that later. Now we need to figure out how to spin these. Right round, right round. So I'll say rotate, and everything that's not currently parented to something is going to be parented to rotate, so that we can send this orb up into the air. We'll tilt it back this way, and then only send it to this spot. We'll send it all the way to 90 degrees. It's like a little kebab. Ooh, messages in the chat. We got Ruzba says, hey man, I came across one of your motion designs on Instagram a few weeks ago. I was blown away instantly, then I found your YouTube channel, saw the entire stream of Metamorphosis. I can honestly say that just the one stream expanded my thinking so much, and I can't thank you enough. I used to feel intimidated when watching these complicated motions, but after that video, I feel motivated and excited. Thank you so much, bro. Love the content, love the knowledge sharing, huge fan. Much appreciated, man. Really glad to hear that. I've had some people start sending me full recreations of the loops that they've done entirely themselves, and I'm like, this is kind of scary how close this is, honestly. But it's really, really cool to know that it's helping people, for sure. I guess I'll start having these move over top of each other at the very end. Don't know how well this is going to work, but we will certainly find out, won't we? Considering there wouldn't be any anticipation for this section. Let's see if it'll at least work to send this thing up. Yeah. Let's turn that one off. That doesn't quite work. Okay, we're gonna do some position on this as well. Send that back up to where it was. Maybe it's because of the end bit. Oh, Ashura had a message, but it has been retracted. Hopefully that wasn't a bot that was deleting it. He said, I have a question. How do you decide the time for your animation? What do you mean by that? Like the overall length of the animation or of each section or what? He said I deleted it. Oh, I'm realizing why that looks weird now. Because those, it's taking out the scaling up that we did on the little skewer. Yeah, that works better for the ball moving up, but it looks really strange for it to have just moved down suddenly. Okay, we're gonna take this pole shape, give it a trim path, and then we're gonna say that it starts and ends like that, and by the last bit here will be all the way in like this. Is it because they all end up meeting there? Is that why? Maybe if I remove, like this is actually out here, then maybe it won't look as weird. Nope, even weirder. He said, I mean timing for objects, like you animated it and give it 10 frames and another gives it 20 frames or so. It's easy because there's a keyboard shortcut for shift page up and page down will send you 10 frames further, or depending on how you have it set, you can change the interval to whatever you want. But generally that just seems to be a good an easy metric for deciding how long something should be. So like I'm at 24 FPS right now, 24 frames per second. So if I do shift and page down twice, I'm already essentially a second over. So it's easy to just be like, okay, if I want something to be 1 second, I'll do 2 page downs, and then I'll do another 2 if I want it to be 2 seconds or something. And it's not exact, but it's generally pretty accurate. But the music guides most of the animation. That's just a general starting point I like to use to make sure things aren't too short. Kazwan says, what do you think of using wiggle expression when the ball hits and breaks? Hits and breaks this part here? What would the, like, where are you thinking the expression would work there? What did you say? Oh, that could work. That could give it more impact, that's for sure. I'll toy around with that once we get through the rest of this stuff. I'm surprised with how much grief this section's giving me. Ashur says, how do you decide to give animations 10 frames and others 12 frames? It really does just depend on what the music is doing, if I'm being that precise with it. It's just something that's sort of chosen as the animation, as I'm going through the animation. I don't really, it's not really as scientific in that portion of my process, I don't think. I just like being able to go by round numbers like 10 whenever I quickly need to get somewhere. Is it by feeling? Yes, I would say so. Maybe I should make this even smaller at the end bit here. What if it's like that size? That does feel better. Maybe I do a scale up as this is happening. Whoops, I went way too far. All right, I'm just gonna make this hole larger. It looks silly being on the, like all the way to the edges half the time and then other times not. Is it only gone on the last frame now? It's not even gone on the last frame now. Okay. Okay, and then we'll scale back out at this point. What is happening here? How is it supposed to get over to that section? Did I explain that to myself? I don't know that I did. Oh, I think it's just on the last bounce. It gets attached to the string. I see. Okay, now what if I do 1, 2, get it down to like 25% and then back up to 50 or so? Does that help? That helped a bit. Maybe it doesn't need to be that big. We'll do like 75 or something. Oh yeah, that should help a lot. Maybe we'll do even like 65. Oh yeah, much better. Okay, now I need to adjust each time it hits this though. Okay. Same thing here. Okay, and then each time that happens, we will have it send a pulse through the ground, which is going to look like 0% opacity, then 100%, and then back to 0. That's way too short. Let's try that. Oops, there it is. Okay, and then we'll do a little bit of bounce on the actual base itself. So it goes down and then back up. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna get all of these over here, but we'll figure that out. All right. So the ball is attached to the string. Grab a null just like before. It's the exact same setup. Null goes up to the very, very top. And then the string is attached to the null. Okay, so we're gonna go from 0 over to like that much, and then over, oh wait, it should be the other way. So we're gonna go to -11 and then slide off over there. Okay. Kazwan says, what is the shortcut key for creating a marker on a layer? It is the asterisk key on a numpad. If you have a numpad on your keyboard, the asterisk key is used for adding a layer marker. However, I think it might be set to something else if you don't. Like there might be another option for it. I just can't remember what it is right now. Okay. What if we do a 68% influence? Why is this thing so tiny now? Oh, it's because it's not attached to it anymore. This needs to be attached to orb. And then we'll just have the string attached to the ball, and then orb is attached to this. Okay. Or Shift 8. Aha, that's what it is. Monica says, hello, I wonder how is the string made? Thanks. The string is just a, it's just a path that's got a stroke on it, so it's just a line. And then I have the, what is going on here? I see the problem now. That needs to be attached to that. There we go. Anyway, and so then we've got this ball attached to the string, and then all of it is attached to a null object at the top that has its anchor point up there as well. And then when you rotate the property on there, it'll rotate around that point. Except it's not quite working right now. Like that change probably should just be made there. Okay, so we're gonna heal all this back to here. And then same with the background. Why does this move above the string now? All right, whatever. We'll just update the path then. So go from there. Whoops, that's actually just way too low now. Oh my god, there's so many scenes in this one, it's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god. Okay, we're going to animate the background. Gradient fill, we need to have dark gradient at the bottom. Cool. And then what we're gonna do is have that end up there. But start. Whoops, why am I doing that on the end part? Silly me. I guess I'll just have this change into white once it... Oh no, it can start white here. I need there to be some other action for it to make sense for that background to change there. That scene isn't making a whole lot of sense now that I'm actually in here working on this. No, I don't even need the gradient anymore. I'm just gonna do a layer style. All right, there we go. What if I do a layer style on each of these as well? But it only starts showing up towards the end, so 1, 2, 3 will be at 0, and then 1, 2, 3. Some real trickery going on here. We are making very good time on this though. All right, there we go. And now okay. Now that I added the layer style to it, it's gotten really slow. Jump, 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 jump. Okay, and then it'll be the actual orb there. That'll be all glowy and fun. It means I need the reference, and then we will get to work on making this thing correct. Okay, so we need a dark black there. Then we need a purple and another black. Okay, then we need another black and a blue. A yellow combo, followed by more black, and then just darker purple. Okay, that's pretty close to where we were before, and then if I add deep glow to this, bring it down to like, I don't know, I'm gonna have to do some saturation shenanigans on this. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna delete that now, I don't need it. And we're going to have this gradient appear on here. back to like 25 and then to 0. And then lighting doesn't really matter, so I can have it rotate as well. Because we don't have lighting in the rest of this scene at all. But I want it to go the other way. 273. Danny says, been pondering this entire time and I think I figured out something that could work. I have an Envato subscription, so thoughts on going to the sound effects tab and just using those super short 1 to 4 second sounds and making small animations out of those. Seems like it could be good practice. I totally agree. In some of the original loops I was doing, I was just going to the sound effects section on Artlist, and there's actually, these are fun to look at. Sometimes they're called Sonic logos or audio logos or something similar, and they're just like little sound bites that are made for intros for YouTube channels and those sorts of things. Those were super cool to work with on the video I did a while ago called Split. That's where the audio came from for that one. I would definitely check that out. Okay. Okay, now I need to deal with all of these coming over. Let's remove the color palette for now. And then we will say that this one is all the way over there. By time, how long should it take to come back off of it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sure, let's try that. And then like halfway through or something. I guess I'll need this background to still be here. Okay, let's grab another one. Same thing, except we're going to have the end destination be like 3/4 of the way through. And it'll start like here-ish. Okay, it can be black by that point. And another one of these. Move it back. It'll be to the halfway point. And I'll just keep doing half of wherever it is at the start. Cool. That one's at halfway right there. Then I'll just have to go in and change the colors of all of these. think that's the right spot. Jeez, it is difficult to get the timing right on this. Okay, that one goes there. That one can go there. Now let's do, whoops. Let's just do one of them. Now let's try it. Oh, it's because it ends here. It just felt like it was taking forever because the video's already done at this point. I didn't have the audio quite lined up properly. Da, da, da. All right, now I gotta change the color on these. Which means I need the color palette back. That first one's fine. Let's have the next one be red 2. Purple. Oh, it's because I also need to change the start and end points. I see. Okay, then let's do purple to blue. And then blue to yellow. And then yellow to pink again, and then pink to purple. All right, and now I need point. And we'll just adjust all these. Okay, where do they stop moving? Like here-ish? So, start point, end point. Whoa, what's up with this one? Oh, there's like an extra one hidden behind here. Weird. Okay, let's watch that back. Where did I put the gradient? All right, and then as this is coming back through here, we can do some animation on the start and end points. Not that I can see them right now, though. I don't know why. Because I'm not on the right layer. That would make sense. Alright, gradient fill. That looks odd. And we need to do an exponential growth. What time are we at? A little after 5 hours. All right. All right. We need echo on this ball. Whoops. We're gonna do 20 and 0. Or did like 20 there as well. And same thing here, actually. Oh, gotta fix that though. There we go. Okay, then we need, then it's going to be polishing time because I feel like there's a lot to polish on this one. I'm realizing I've done the same animation for the text in the last like 4 videos or something. We got to change that next time. Kazwan says, I like playing with keyframes. You're Sherlock Holmes in this work. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And which direction does this go? What direction does this happen? Oh, it just goes in the same direction. Okay, well, that's easy enough then. Hopefully that works. Perfect. Da, da, da. All right, and we'll grab the same one that this one had. Ooh, that looks a little strange. Weird, why did it only kick in after that? Huh. Cool. Nick Notion says, hey Austin, keep up the awesome work. You're a massive inspiration. Hope your channel blows up soon. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Okay. We have a whole video, folks. It exists. It's real. Except I can't have one string bend and the other one not, so we gotta do some path animation on this. Let's grab this guy. Set it like that. And then back over here. Here we go. Oh, why don't I just have it be on this one? Whew. We really did speed through this one today. Oh boy. 5 hours and 15 minutes. That's crazy. I thought this was going to take like 7 hours to get through. Alright, let me watch it through a couple times. I mean, I think it looks great. I don't really have any complaints. There's a couple spots that could probably use some help in like some extra scale up and down or something going on, but generally not much. Let's see. Lorenzo says, is it possible to put taper on echo effects? Not that I've seen. There are a couple other different effects that you can use. I mean, it will do a taper if you scale the object down that you have echo on. It'll naturally do that. Mseti says, what do you think of the metaverse? I think it's in its infancy. I haven't really seen a whole lot of utility for it yet. It seems like it's for a pretty niche audience, but that seems to be changing pretty quickly. So it seems like there's lots of really interesting things coming up in the future that we'll see with it that'll make it more useful. Kasan says, hi, Austin. Hello, Kasan. Glad to see you. Franco says, the mate is already cold. Couldn't beat that, I guess. Mseti says also, yeah, 12 frames in 5 hours. Nice. Absolutely. Kasan says, how are you? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. We've almost gotten through a whole animation. Just got to do some processing stuff now. And then I'll have to write copy for it since I'm going to post it right after the stream, but it should be good. Kazuan says, I'm sorry, my questions have increased, but do you think the combination of digital work with motion graphics is good or not? Do they blend well visually? By digital work, do you mean like visual effects or something? I'm not entirely sure. I think motion works well with most things. You can make it work with live action, you can make it work with 3D, you can make it work with I mean, there are 3D motion designers, so that's a whole separate thing, but I think 2D motion especially can work well with 3D, and I think it's kind of limitless. It's just all about the design of it. Making sure it works stylistically and is consistent and all that good stuff. Okay, that's what I'll do on this section. So this mid shape, I'm gonna do a little bounce so it feels like there's a little bit more happening here to transition properly from the last scene. All right, move that over to there. Hopefully that didn't mess things up too badly. That's too much. I need to do like 75%. That should work. My cache must be getting full. That needs to be happening from the beginning, I think. Oh wait, why don't I just, if it's gonna rotate to the left, I can just give it some anticipation. Let's start there, move to the right slightly, maybe like 15 degrees or something. And then go from there to there. And how's that look? Okay, this needs some sort of squash on it as well. So we'll do like that much and then come back up. Because one says, for example, in the same work that you were doing, if the glitch effect is used, do you think it is right? Oh, so I think that's, it being right has more to do with the difference in fidelity between the two styles. Like right now I've got pretty simple shapes and some gradients and things. There's not really a whole lot of detail happening here. So if you add in something that would be more grunge or have more detail, has more detail to it, it would feel out of place because it's the only thing that has detail. There's probably some ways that you could make it work, but generally speaking, I think that it would be too different in fidelity. Cool. Post-processing time, perhaps? All right, here we go. So this orb needs some friends. We're gonna give it a little bit of inner glow. Let's do that color. Oh, that's on the outline. Whoops, we don't want that. All right, and then we'll say like 25, and then maybe 75%. Here's a little more ethereal now, and then beyond that, add a tiny little bit of drop shadow. We'll choose the darkest dark we have, which is that one. Set to normal, and then set this to there. Yeah, something like that. Distance like there, and maybe like 10%. Still a little too much. Distance we'll set to 25. Okay, that should look a little better now. I'll add the same inner glow to this thing, I think. Maybe not as much though. Let's do like 15%. And then I definitely want deep glow on this. We're going to up the hue and saturation as well. We'll do like 40 on the saturation, bring the exposure down to like 0.3. Okay. And then maybe have Just an extra deep glow in there with the threshold brought up quite a lot. And the exposure pretty, or the radius down pretty far, maybe to like 25. It's got some sparklies on it. And then at the very beginning, once it's here, I want to make sure that I've got the exposure a little higher. So we'll set exposure there, but then at the very beginning, let's give it some nice bloom. And then I'll do a little flicker off. So we'll want it to be visible there. Let's do like 25% there. Let's see how that looks. Cool. And then same with these, I want some deep glow. Where does it happen? So ground 1, deep glow. Set it to like 0.2. Hue and saturation up to like 40. Okay. Grab both of those, whoops, and add it to each of these. What's that look like? Cool. Okay, what else? What else needs some deep glow? The actual siren light itself, which has just disappeared. It is not showing in my preview for some reason. That's so strange. Huh. Cool. All right, where are you at, siren light? Deep glow. Doesn't quite work because it's set to this and not a set matte. So we'll do set matte to light matte. Now does it work? Nope. Okay, well, we'll just have to deal with that. That'll just be one of those things where we'll have to have deep glow on everything, I guess. Lauren says it's time for some deep glow makeup. That's right. Oh, that looks really cool as it's coming down. Let's add it to that. And just not really have it on until it's getting completely filled up. Cool. What's the render time in the timeline panel? If you have the latest version of After Effects, there's a little snail icon down on the bottom left that you can expand to be able to see which of your layers is causing problems if you've got a lot of effects running and that sort of thing. It's native to After Effects. It's very useful, I think. Ooh, I want deep glow on each of these too, which is really gonna hurt my computer, but I don't really care. Oh wait, I can just set it for the whole thing. Oh, that's so much nicer than it was going to be otherwise. Except I don't want it on any of the ones that are white. Oh, my Instagram and link in the description doesn't work. Yeah, I changed my handle the other day. That is probably why. I'll have to update that. Okay, if I edit all like this, is it gonna make it so that it looks the same as it did before? Yeah, it looks the same as it did outside of there. Which, at that point, I might as well just delete those. Ooh, or just put them on specific ones in here. Like if I just put them on those, what's that do? Oh, because they're under, I see. I'll need to add some curves adjustments to this one for sure. All right, let's grab that and do like 0.3. Then it only gets the highlights, which is unfortunate. Let's do a curves adjustment and bring the highlights down a bit. Oh, this is really annoying. What if I just bring the hue and saturation back up? Yeah, that's a lot better. Let's see. Cedric says, hey y'all. Hello, Cedric. Glad to see you. Kazran says, the only bad thing about the newer versions is the camera tool. The previous versions were easy to work with, such as zoom, rotation, and ... I never used the camera tool, so it hasn't been much of a problem for me, but I know lots of folks that do use 3D stuff. And if anything, actually, I thought I heard that it was easier to use. But I guess it just depends on what you're doing. All right, let's set this to hue and saturation as well. 40. Cool. And just add these to the rest of those. We should be totally off there. Oh, this is gonna take forever to load. Okay. Okay, that should be it. Should this ball also be black? I think so, because all of the other things that are on top of the gradient backgrounds are. Okay, cool. Oh, that break is so satisfying. Cool. Cedric says, I'm excited about the colored keyframes in the AE beta version. I agree. I think it'll be fun. I'm very excited for the properties panel out of anything, though, if I had to choose. Ashur says, found it. Wonderful. I'm glad. All right, let's pre-comp this whole thing. We'll call it siren. And then deep blow it up. Maybe do like 0.2. Add the hue and saturation back in. What does this break look like? Ooh, that's an awful lot of stuff. Let's do like 0.2 and then get saturation back to life. Maybe I'll just do it once it's broken. That makes more sense anyway. It's gonna be a little less than this, I think. Let's do 0.1 maybe. Cool. Okay, now for general touching up over the whole thing. All right, so an overall adjustment layer for deep glow. Nope, not CC light sweep. All right, that section looks cool now. Cedric says the one thing I want is like folders in your timeline instead of pre-comps. I know there are a few plugins that could do this, but I would love to see this built in. I totally agree. It's kind of annoying to have to change organization systems in every program. The glow is a bit much at the beginning here. Come on, computer. Let's add a curves adjustment. Bring everything down just a little bit. How badly does that mess with the scene? Quite a lot. Okay, so it won't be in this scene, but it'll be in the rest of the others. Okay, that works fine. Copy that one and bring it over here. Right. Ooh, the saturation is pretty high on that one. That'll probably look cool once I add grain to it for it to be kind of crunchy like that. We'll say this one will be for highlights. Animation, we're going to do 0.25 times the speed. We'll do monochromatic, and then because this one's on the highlights, I It's going to be set to multiply. Where's a scene where we got a lot of white going on? Oh, well, honestly, this section will work fine. So we're going to change the size to like 0.3. Intensity to like 0.4. Where's the scene that's in white? There it is. That looks totally fine. And we've got nothing in the shadows, nothing in the midtones. Cool. Change this to mids. We're gonna do film, and it's only in the midtones, nothing in the highlights. Intensity will be up to like 6. Nope, I meant 0.6. Okay, what about in sections where there's a lot of color? Oh, that's kind of cool looking. All right, and then one for shadows, which will only be in the shadows, nothing in the midtones. And set that to like 0.3 with the size being 0.6. Okay. That looks pretty good there. What about this spot? Where do they overlap? Here? Yeah, that looks cool. All right. That's looking a lot better. Nice. And then we will do everything pre-chrome ab. I'm also going to go back into the main comp now and make sure that the audio is set to the right levels. All right. Duplicate all those, set it to add, and then do channel mixer. There we go. Go to a section where we've got white lines. Okay. And then set this one to 100.5 and this one to 100.25. Nope, other way around. There we go. Maybe I'll do a more exaggerated one for this. I think it'll look kind of cool. Looks good. Any of the scenes look crazy? Oh, that one looks really cool. Anything else I want? I have Animator says, what do you recommend to avoid banding issues in the final export, especially when you upload your final file to Instagram? It's worked totally fine for me on Instagram most days now. Adding the grain helps a lot. That's for sure. And then other than that, I have mine After Effects set to 16-bit color instead of 8-bit. That'll definitely help too. Also, just Deep Glow is a lot better at handling banding than the standard CC Glow, so I don't have to worry about it as much. All right, here we go. So we've got all, and then set it to twice as long, duplicate it, and then we will render it out and see how it is. All under 6 hours too. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We really are getting faster because that was, I don't even know how many more scenes than the last one. Probably like three scenes or so. Given we didn't have to do that crazy drum thing this time, getting the perspective right on that was pretty hard. But we still had to figure out a good bit of stuff. So maybe Sundays are the move. Who knows? Just waiting for it to show up in my media encoder. But I'll change my OBS back to this for now. Is it going to be one of those days where it doesn't send it to media encoder? That'll be fun. Oh, cool. Glad I saved. That's unfortunate. Oh wait, what? It just told me that it crashed without even, it didn't even close anything. If it still sends it to media encoder, I'll be very impressed. I think I might just have to restart both. Wow, I just fake crash. Cool. Community 61922 loops once. Cool. All right, it's rendering. We're getting there, y'all. It'll be done. Everything should look fine. We got back to doing some more gradient backgrounds and things. We had been just doing the black background for a minute. It's good to get a break from that. Definitely some things I want to improve next time though. But speed was also improved, so I can't win them both. But cool. Also, I have Animator. I just export in 1080 wide by 1920 tall, which is exactly what Instagram is looking for these days. So it might help that they might have changed some of their encoding for Reels or something. I'm not sure, but that might help with the quality. Gustalus says, killed it again, man. Awesome stuff. Super inspiring stuff. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'm excited to post it. It's going to be good. I'll write up some copy right after the stream. And then I'll get the files up for this on Gumroad tomorrow as well. For members, you'll see a post in the morning. And for everybody else, it'll be available for individual purchase. However, we do have some lovely, exciting news. I told everyone there would be an announcement. I'm not sure how many people are still here, so we'll be posting it places as well. But we do have a new Revi Discord server. Everybody's been asking for ways they could interact more, and well, we've got a place for everything. Noah and Alex, well, especially Alex, and I have been working on getting it all set up for everybody. There's places in there to chat about inspirational work that you find, get reviews from people on your projects, and just chat general motion design. It's going to be very, very exciting. We'll start hosting events and other things as well, bringing in industry experts to get everybody insight into different parts of the industry from all over the place. But we have a link and everybody can join. I will drop it in the chat, but get in early. It'll be good. I'll be announcing anytime I post in there, as well as when streams are live and all of that sort of stuff. But go ahead and take a look at that link. Should be good to join from there. The whole Revi team is in there now, working on getting our freelancers in there as well. Ooh, Johan, glad to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. But very, very excited to get everybody in this. Huge props to Alex, especially for getting everything knocked out. We're gonna make some really, really cool stuff happen in there. But yes, join to your heart's content. It's already got 10 members in it. That's funny. Welcome, welcome everybody. Hop on in there. We got voice chats. People can work together in there. Of course, we'll be in there as well. It is our server. But be on the lookout in the next few weeks. We're going to be starting to do some competitions, both open to everybody and invite only. So be on the lookout for that. Not going to say what those are yet. We're still deliberating on that, but there will be prizes of some kind. There will be cool challenges to do. So we were talking earlier about potential for doing, like, somebody was asking about if somebody could make a 30 logos challenge, but for motion design instead, we'll be doing some challenges frequently to get people connected to each other in the industry and learning all about motion design. It'll be good. Hop on in there. Want to make sure everybody's got it. But very, very, very excited to hang with y'all there. I'll keep the link in my link tree for it. So that anytime we post or anything, we can get some more folks in there. But feel free to send other motion design folks that link. It should work forever. There's no expiration on it. So any and all, and I'll be putting it on Instagram as well and sending it to a couple of our industry friends and those sorts of things. So it's going to be lots of cool people in there. Be on the lookout. Saurav says, love your work. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Ashur says, very excited too. Johan says, woo, woo, exciting. Shani says, yes. Mseti says, that sounds great. Mseti says, what's your copy process? Copy process is taking the last copy that I made for my previous post and editing a few sentences at this point, because I'm doing it every week. I put a little blurb saying like, hey friends, and then like, depending on the platform, if it's Reddit, I'll do like, hey r/graphic design, and then change it out for each subreddit. But yeah, we'll have that little intro, and then it'll be like whatever the current number week is for the loop. So like this will be week 19 of making weekly loops, and then a little blurb about the inspiration behind the theme for the week, any challenges that I might have had that led to that theme or whatever, and then talking about how long it took to create, what programs I used, and then like where the audio came from and those sorts of things, and then offering help. Like feel free to send me a DM or something if you have any questions, those sorts of things. And that's pretty standard for all of my posts for these now. But yeah, not much has changed on those. But here we go. I believe the loop is ready for viewing. I'm going to send it back over to the animating monitor. And all right, it always gets too excited. There we go. Let's bring this up. I'll bring up the audio on the stream as well. Everybody's ears about to be rocked off. Here we go. Dope. Exciting. I'm happy with how that one turned out. Another week down. Another week in the bag. But I will get to writing some copy for this. Expect the goods to be posted in an hour or so. But it should be good. Thank you everybody for coming out. I'm pretty sure we had over 20 viewers the entire stream this time, given it was a little shorter than usual. Though 5 hours and 52 minutes, that's not really saying much. But glad to see all y'all. Super, super excited to see y'all in the server as well. We're going to be doing lots of cool stuff with it. Both Noah and I hate joining servers and then not doing anything with it, or seeing it just have a bunch of different options for channels to join and things, and then they're not really being much utility to it. So we're trying to bring you guys some value. It'll be good. Be on the lookout for any announcements in there. And then yeah, we'll figure it out. I will see y'all next week. Thanks for hanging. I'll leave the stream running for just a sec so that everybody catches up and it's all good. But other than that, I will see y'all later. Peace.